Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Yeah. You woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Give me 1 second. Doing too much. 1 second.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just get the money, it's not always the business. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I apologize. I'm back. Yeah. So, anyways, the 4th of July, that's what we're talking about today. The 4th of July. And what the 4th of July means to me, you know, I love the United States. I love Texas, I love America, I really do. But a lot of these holidays I can't really put my heart into. And the 4th of July is one of them, Um, I grew up in here in the United States, and we did the Pledge of Allegiance every morning at school in class. It was like the first thing we did every day, and those words are so beautiful, you know. And as a kid growing up, I believed them, you know. I believed them, and I also didn't think that it was anything weird about doing the Pledge of Allegiance. It just seemed natural, you know. And like I say, the words are so pretty. So, and as I look around and as I grow up, I think to myself, hey, uh, those words that we say in the Pledge of Allegiance are upheld. You know, people follow the golden rule. And they do unto others as they would have them do unto them. You know, people believed in God. You know, they cared about their neighbors. Uh, Justice prevailed. In the long run. The system that we live under, the justice system, was sound. If you did something wrong, you would get caught up and you'd have to do the time or whatever the other punishment was for it. And, if you're innocent, you're not going to go to jail. They're going to figure it out. They're going to do a good investigation, and they're going to determine that you didn't do anything. So they're going to let you go. That's how I used to think growing up. And then as I continue to grow and I become a teenager, I see stuff before I was a teenager, but you don't get it. I don't start getting it until I'm like a teenager. And at that point, I start to see things. Like I say, I saw them before, but I start to recognize them more and more. And more, I keep getting disappointed because I'm thinking that, that stuff from the national anthem was true. All the stuff that I was taught was true. I really believed it. So I didn't want to see it, right? But you have circumstances that happen that force you to see it, like it smacks you in the face, knocks you down, or, horse kick you, you know what I'm saying? A kick to the teeth. And that's when you're like, wait, hold on, what's going on? What is happening? And you're like, you still hold out. You're like, justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Things are going to work out. Things are going to be good. And then when it doesn't, immediately you blame yourself, or you blame others around you, or whatever, the closest people around you. And you're like, they must have done something wrong, something, that's what you do at first. But then, like I say, as time goes on, those excuses that you make no longer work, unless you start deluding yourself, and then you're going straight down into that road of insanity. You start not being able to recognize anything. You can't even determine what's true and what's not. Completely lost. But if you're not going down that direction, those kicks in the teeth at some point make you wake up and realize the reality of things. So the 4th of July, I have really mixed feelings about it. They talk about freedom a lot. They talk about freedom a lot, and that's what it's supposed to be about. But all the history that I've learned related to the United States seems like people here have like a double understanding of what freedom is like, and they may feel like certain people deserve freedom and others don't, And I'm not talking about like as far as being a criminal. I'm talking about, just regular life, regular folks feeling like other people don't deserve the same freedoms that they do, just because, some distinction that they have determined, and recognizing that this other group is an other group. They're an other. They're different from me. They're not like me. So the people like me are the ones that deserve actual freedom, and there's others that don't. So that's what I think about when I think about the 4th of July. And I think about like, people like to say like slavery was a long time ago, and that's fine. But, Jim Crow wasn't that long ago. The civil rights era wasn't that long ago. The remnants of the past are still here. And every day, I feel like we're going backwards in a lot of ways. I've been saying that a lot in the show. And, we're getting to the point where a lot of people don't know history very well at all. And that's really scary, given how history happens, where things tend to snap back, where people have freedoms, everyone had freedoms, and then something happens, and then certain people don't, and then it kind of comes back around where people have freedoms again, and then something happens, and then certain groups don't have freedoms. And that's like the cycle that continues to happen. And people not being aware of that is what allows this to happen. I think, you know, how they say history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. You know, it rhymes, meaning that that things happen again, but it's not exactly the same. It's different. And that's what I see. So that's why I wanted to talk about this. Before I get too crazy, let's play something right quick. It was a speech by Frederick Douglass. It's what to the slave is the 4th of July. Let me see if I can find this proper cue point here. I thought I had it queued up. I tried to have everything ready. It's way harder than it looks. So let me share this. Give me 1 second. It's read by James Earl Jones.
Fellow citizens
Hold on.
of July.
Fellow citizens, pardon me, and allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I, or those I represent, to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us? And am I, therefore, called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar and to confess their benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. The sunlight that brought life and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me. This 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice, I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak today? What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days of the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is a constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham. Your boasted liberty, an unholy license. Your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciation of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes that would disgrace a nation of savages. There's not a nation of the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument, is needed. Oh, had I the ability and could reach the nation's ear, I would today pour forth a stream, a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke. For it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed, and the crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced.
That was
James. It was James Earl Jones talking, but that was the Frederick Douglass speech. They came and they asked him to, speak for the 4th of July, and that's what he said. Pretty gangster, big balls. Get up there in front of them and talk like that. I'm sure they were clutching their pearls. They were like, "Oh, we asked you to come down here and do this and you're gonna talk like that?" Let me read the caption. It says, in a 4th of July holiday special, we hear words from Frederick Douglass. Born into slavery at around 1818, Douglass became a key leader of the abolitionists. Why can't I talk? On July 5th, 1852, in Rochester, New York, he gave one of his most famous speeches, The Meaning of the 4th of July for the Negro. He was addressing the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, man, just hearing James Earl Jones speaking it with his deep voice, it kind of gives it more like, I don't know, it hits you hard, I think. It hit me hard. Let's see. Is there any comment on here that's worth the crap? It says, James Earl Jones' voice is so rich and powerful, he could read anything and make it sound amazing. Another one, it says, it's 2022, and this still resonates today. Thank you, Mr. Douglass. That's the reason why I'm covering this, because it does resonate. And the thing is, recently we had a group of Supreme Court decisions that has come down. And that's the reason why I'm covering this and speaking of it in the significance that I am, is I want people to be afraid, because things can go backwards, things can go back the way they were, it has happened more than once, where you've had improvements and then you have like a slapback, and it goes back, to the way it was, maybe worse, and the way things happened historically is the way that they're happening now, or could happen now. Like I say, this group of Supreme Court decisions that they have made and the implications that it leads to, like they're opening doors to other greater possibilities. Like, you can look at these Supreme Court decisions and say that it's not really that big of a deal, but it's like, I spoke about in one of the shows about how, like, when you write a law and you make it vague, when the law is vague, that gives opportunity for like abuse of it, stretching it, because the courts are going to have to figure out what it means. You know what I mean? They're going to have to work that out. So certain cases that come in, then depending on how someone interprets the words that the Supreme Court has written, they're going to find ways to do all kinds of stuff. I'm telling you. So that's what I'm saying. So, and then you're going to have another case that's going to come, that's going to crack the door open even further, the way things are going and the way it looks, because the way the Supreme Court is set up right now, if you can bring a case that's good enough, it's gonna make it through. You could see as a result of this, the last one, especially the one about the LGBTQ discrimination suit that the Supreme Court kicked out. You could see how, it's, the door can get broken open, man. Let me see. Do I see some more comments?
This is
Let's
the
see.
last time I let this ninja come and talk at my event.
That's what they were saying. It's like, we respected you. And this is
I,
how
th-
you,
I thought you were one of us. You're one of the colored whites.
this is how you repay us.
Because I mean, he was a Moor. And that's the thing that he was a black man, but at the same time he was a Moor. He was considered white on paper, in legal terms. But either way, I think he was speaking for more than just a black person. The black, because I mean it was blacks and whites, and I think that out of those two groups, there was one of them that did benefit a little bit more in this country, mainly with just being able to use the status of supreme status on this land. So I mean, I think that you know there's many ways to visit this whole scenario, because I think in the beginning I was looking at it more so where, you know, because especially with the event earlier, was the beginning of this week, or I mean the end of last week, with the turning of what's the shit? Shit. Why do I always forget the name of it? What was the thing that just got turned over?
Roe versus Wade.
No, 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 no. This week.
This week, it's a couple of them came down. It was
Well, the first one, the first one that everybody's
it was
up
the
in arms.
LGBTQ discrimination. It was affirmative action.
Affirmative
Um,
action. The affirmative action is the one, because this is where one minority was hating on another minority. They're talking about emissions to Harvard. I mean, like, we're talking about, Asians that was upset that maybe black people was getting spots that they couldn't get, but like nobody wants to talk about the spots that white people get just because they family went to school there, the legacy. Like, there's no way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was nobody upset about how that exists. Like,
well,
you don't even have to have good grades. All you got to do is just have the same bloodline as somebody who was there before, and
and,
have a
and
bunch of money.
and is that not affirmative action
Well, I mean,
for that group?
that's just affirm action.
Affirm action. Yeah, so I read that they're bringing a suit for that related to the legacy students, because the way that the law was written and the way that the what the Supreme Court said as a result with the affirmative action thing. It,
Uh-oh. My connection isn't that great. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear anything right now.
to the re
Uh-oh. Not sure what happened, people. I'm only seeing my face on the screen right now. So if you're hearing my voice, that means that Chaka's having technical difficulties, but I am certain he'll be right back. Um, I guess for me personally, you know, I have similar feelings as Chaka when it comes down to uh, this whole Fourth of July celebration. Um, but or at least I've had those similar things until I learned more about our history and knowing that you know it was our people that allowed um, these Europeans to set up camp here on our lands, and a lot of things just got out of place because it was originally the 13 colonies that I'm sure most of us have heard about, but um, they continue to expand and expand and expand, but because of the people of the land not knowing their own position and understanding the powers that they had here, um, is what displaced a lot of things over time. Because the more that you don't know who you are, the more someone can come and take advantage of uh, really any situation. Because they're able to tell you that you you're of a different class when you are still the top tier class. Um,
Hello? They kicked
uh,
me out. How fucking long have I been out?
I'm not sure. I was sitting there trying to talk through that little period because I was the only one left on the screen. And
It's like they kicked me out. What was I saying? What was the last thing I said?
I really don't know what it was. I thought it was just a connection error, like
Yeah,
something.
no. What was the
You
last
know,
thing you heard me say?
that's the thing. I don't remember because I was trying to pick up from where I saw you leave.
Yeah, I don't even know where it stopped, so that sucks. I don't know. It's like they kicked me out. I wish I knew what I was saying. Anyways, screw it. We're gonna keep it moving.
Yeah. I as I continued, I was just saying that I think that a lot of things have changed. You know, I guess based on us knowing our history, especially here on this land, really is what, or not knowing our history, is what allowed others to come in and uh, displace or go along, create a narrative, because of course, generation to generation, if you know, of course, there was some tactics to fear mongering that push people to not go along or to go along with the new narrative, unless they wanted to get dealt with some way or another. The generations past, we forget that we were the original people on the land, and that we've been here forever, that we can recall. Of course, there's been people who migrated. We've migrated to different places. My people migrated here, but you know, no one ever came until the last 250 years to actually try to displace everybody and take full control over everything. We always was a sharing people, but
Yeah,
um, like I said, because you were talking about
the
the Fourth
history.
of July. Yeah, the Fourth of July and
That
how,
and that's
how
what
it
I.
was.
Yeah, that's what I want to get into. I want to get into a little bit of history because I think that that's the problem. I don't know if I said it, but people not knowing the history is an issue.
It
So
is a problem.
I want to read some comments. This is am I sharing this? Okay. The name of this is The Jim Crow Era, a Stain on American Past. Let me read some comments underneath there. The first comment, it says, "Thank you for this concise documentary. As a 54-year-old white Texan, I should come as no surprise that none of this was covered in my Texas or world history classes in the 80s. Sadly, 35 years later, there is still a fight to keep this history out of public school curriculum." Another comment, it says, "Best explanation of Jim Crow laws and segregation I've ever seen. Should be a lesson in every middle school in America." Another comment, it says, "Such well-researched information should receive far more likes. I think the issue is that not everyone is willing to deal with the truth." Another comment, it says, very informative. It is terrible what we did to our fellow citizens who were just trying to live as good a life as they could. This needs to be taught in public schools. This is part of our history as a country, and we need to really open the eyes and hearts of people who think this kind of behavior to people of color or any that deem different than they are is. Christian, that was Willie Whitten. The white supremacy movement in this country made up of sick people, not of people who love God and country. Thank you for creating this wonderful video on racial discrimination in this country. Sorry I chopped that up. One of the sentences was weird, and then I had to open the... Anyways, I apologize. This is gonna be hard stuff to listen to right here. So, disclaimer.
Segregation, though, was never about separating the races just for the sake of keeping black people and white people apart. If that was the goal, it failed miserably because the color line was extremely porous. African Americans and whites intermingled in all aspects of life, both in public and in private. These interactions were just never on an equal footing. Whites routinely adjusted the color line to avoid inconveniencing themselves. Although train depots had separate waiting rooms for black and white ticket holders, a black woman caring for a white child could sit in the more spacious and comfortable whites-only holding area without garnering a second glance, so long as her white charge was with her. In this instance, the color line was bent so white families, specifically white women, would not have to suffer the inconvenience of being without their black domestic worker while waiting for a train to arrive. Segregation helped control black labor by regulating black behavior. Despite what the Supreme Court said in Plessy, segregation did confer a badge of inferiority. By stigmatizing blackness, it justified discriminatory treatment. If African Americans didn't deserve to ride in the same railroad car, eat at the same lunch counter, or attend the same school, then they didn't deserve equal pay or a fair share of what a crop sold for at market. White Southerners protected the new social system of segregation and the new debt-based labor arrangements by disenfranchising African Americans, starting with Mississippi in
So he was talking about like the purpose of segregation. So he started his video off talking about Plessy versus Ferguson, the Supreme Court decision, and really he was talking about Plessy explaining his history and how they kind of planned the whole thing. You know, everybody was involved. Even the train, there was a detective that was there to arrest him, and the train conductor or whatever. They all knew about it beforehand. What the plan was. Plessy planned to get arrested, you know, for riding the rail car, the whites only rail car. That's the case. Yeah. So yeah, he planned to get arrested. Yeah, it was all it was just like the bus deal with Rosa Parks. Pretty much the same deal. Like it was all the way set up. Like they planned on it. And so, you know, and then they got the really good lawyers on the deal. And so, but then, you know, originally the Plessy versus what was it? Chicago? It was Louisiana. Plessy versus Louisiana. I think that's what it was. It lost, you know, and it said separate but equal, you know, and that people don't really remember the history. They think that you know, it was over then. They won that case or something. It's that they went back to Plessy versus Ferguson later on and realized that it was wrong. But that's, you know, they lost Plessy versus Ferguson. Anyways, that's what he was talking about here. The next segment is talking about voting rights. I kind of want to play a little bit of it. I'm not going to play a lot. It's the last segment of this one I really want to play. Let's see how much of this I want to play.
1890. Every state in the former Confederacy over the next 20 years rewrote its state constitution to include provisions that stripped African Americans of the vote. To get around the 15th Amendment, which forbade denying people the right to vote because of their race, white lawmakers used race-neutral language to hide their intent. Alabama rewrote its state constitution in 1901, adding several measures designed to nullify black voting rights that never mentioned race. The new stipulations included a cumulative poll tax, which mandated payment of back taxes before a person could register, a requirement that impoverished African Americans simply could not meet. They also included a literacy test, which disqualified the high percentage of African Americans who were unable to read or write because they were denied access to schools. The impact of disenfranchisement was felt immediately. 1 year before Alabama's new constitution, Lowndes County, Alabama, had more than 5,000 black registered voters. 5 years later, the county had only 57. Just as devastating were the collateral consequences. African Americans lost their say in who represented them, making it possible for all manner of racially discriminatory laws to be passed. They also lost the right to sit on juries because courthouse officials used voter registration rolls to create lists of potential jurors. Excluding African Americans from the jury pool was especially harmful because Lady Justice removed her blindfold when all white juries sat in judgment of African Americans. White Southerners.
It's kind of important that they used racial neutral language in the laws that enabled them to do this stuff. You know, it didn't mention race at all, you know, and you sure there was definitely going to be people leakage, if you will. You know what I mean? It wasn't going to be completely exclusionary because it didn't mention race specifically, but it was a tool to be able to siphon almost all of them out.
Well, I think that. Oh well, yeah. No, I think that that's kind of really depends on the situation because the purity of what's right and wrong, race shouldn't have anything to do with it because ultimately, if we're of course we know that there's barriers been put up that's we call race, but when it really boils down to it, if we really looking for justice, that part shouldn't matter or even really be entered into the conversation because right is right, wrong is wrong. And that's the argument that I use. And maybe in some cases, because you're going to have different people that's especially if it's a jury, you're going to have people with different opinions. But when it's really based on law, if you got a judge that's making the ruling, it's probably not good to use the race card or that idea of race. But in a jury, when you have mixed ideas and feelings, maybe that emotional side of things might play out better. So
yeah, well, I guess they shouldn't use race when they're making decisions, but it's just a reality, you know what I mean? And the jury aren't professional like lawyers. Like these people don't know the law like that, you know what I mean? They're gonna make their decisions based on whatever preconceptions they have for the most part, probably, you know what I mean? So that's where race gonna come in.
Enforced the spate of new discriminatory laws and customs the same way they maintained the institution of slavery, through fear and violence. Sheriffs and their deputies used heavy-handed tactics, ranging from quick arrests to savage beatings, to make sure African Americans adhered to the dictates of the color line. And ordinary whites did their part too, rebuking African Americans verbally and physically for even the slightest breaches of segregation law and custom. Lynching, however, was the ultimate enforcement mechanism. Whites lynched more than 1,000 African Americans during the last decade of the 19th century. 2 people a week, every week for 10 years. These murders were not secret affairs conducted in darkness by masked men. They were public spectacles. Newspapers frequently advertised the events days in advance so that white people could gather for the hanging or burning. And when the brutal business was done, a select few walked away with a piece of human remains as a keepsake. And for those unable to snatch a dismembered body part, photographers created postcards of these ghastly gatherings for people to purchase as souvenirs. These were bleak days for African Americans, what poet and playwright James Weldon Johnson described as days when hope unborn had died. Despite the resurgence of white supremacy, African Americans in the bustling seaport city of Wilmington, North Carolina, held on to the gains they had made after emancipation and built a thriving Black community. They fellowshipped together in churches, bonded with one another in fraternal organizations, and cared for each other through benevolent societies. They worked as professionals in government, banking, and newspaper publishing, as skilled artisans in industry, and on maritime crews at sea. And they participated in politics, voting into office Black and white Republicans. But much of what they gained was wiped out on November 10th, 1898, by a mob hell-bent on reestablishing white supremacist rule. For months, Wilmington's white elite, led by members of the Democratic Party, had been conspiring to get rid of the city's Republican office holders. They feigned outrage and incredulity about an editorial in the Daily Record, a local Black newspaper published by Alexander Manly. Manly had called out white men for attempting to justify lynching by saying they were only trying to stop sexual assaults on white women by Black men, when white people knew that the main perpetrators of sexual violence were white men, and the primary victims were Black women. 2 days after Wilmington voters elected a predominantly Republican municipal government, an armed white mob, easily numbering over 1,000, marched on Manly's office, fully intending to lynch him. The men at the head of the mob were not rogue actors, but leading lights in the community, such as former Democratic Congressman Alfred Moore Waddell. Manly knew his life was in danger and fled the city well before the rioters arrived. But that didn't stop the mob from destroying his printing equipment and setting his office on fire. It also didn't stop them from rampaging through the Black community, killing as many as 60 African Americans. But the mob's work was not yet done. They ordered the legitimately elected Republican members of the municipal government to vacate their offices and abandon the city under penalty of death. Fearing for their lives, some 20 Black elected officials and civic leaders joined Manly in exile. In their absence, white supremacists took their seats, with the head of the mob, former Congressman Alfred Waddell, seizing the mayor's office. The coup, orchestrated by Democrats, had succeeded. White supremacists installed a new government, and state authorities recognized it immediately.
Okay, so he's telling a story about something that happened where democratically elected people were in office, and then you had a mob that came to town and ran them straight out of office. And the leaders of that mob took on the positions of, you know, the political positions. They filled those positions that the ones that they ran off left behind. You know, they wasn't happy with, you know, who got elected democratically. So they came in as a mob and took them out, you know, and replaced them. And this ain't the only time that this has happened historically here in the States. That it happened quite a few times, more times than you think. And I don't know that this is taught a lot in history. They might talk about they'll talk about the lynchings, like, because I think it was the summer after this. I don't want to say that for sure, because either way, they talk about like the Red Summer or whatever. They talk about a bunch of lynchings and stuff, but they don't explain like the stuff related to property that would happen related to the lynchings, the stuff related to, like this story, related to political, democratically elected political officials. That's one thing I don't like about the way that they teach history. They don't tend to explain the context. They teach everything as like points in time, and have you to memorize dates and names, and when someone was born and when they died, and like they kind of just jump around, and give you bits and bits instead of like a comprehensive type of deal where you get an understanding of the context and the nuance and what's going on, and then you can see what were the real intentions of the events, which is way more important than understanding the date that an event happened. Knowing what, why they wanted this to happen, what were they intending to accomplish? And because things happen over time and accomplishments happen over time, so you have to understand the context and the
build-up. That's why they're blocking CRT. Because that was more of a, maybe not totally detailed, but it's still more comprehensive, more contextual of what, things that was actually happening during those times. But the why is always going to be important, because if you really want somebody to understand, because I mean, a lot of times, my main reason for not really, as a young person, really caring about history was because it's just like, okay, what does it matter what date this happened? Okay, the president was this and that. Okay, whatever, fine. But if they had some true context, I think I would have got into it way more.
Yeah, that's why I love history. Is
now you see.
Yeah, that's why I love history so much, because it's the stories. I get into the stories. I really grew up. Well, when I was really young, I read a lot of nonfiction. But then when I was into my reading stage, when I read a lot, like books every day, it was fiction. That's really how I got my love for reading. It was from fiction. I would read spy novels and horror novels, sci-fi, horror fiction, stuff like that. And I read everything. I would read romance novels. I would read all kinds of stuff. But the main stuff I read was like horror fiction, sci-fi type stuff. And I don't know, like I say, my love for reading and the reason why I like to read those, because of the stories. Even though it wasn't stuff that was real that actually happened, it was the stories that you can relate to and kind of look at your life and see how, it kind of implies on your life. You know what I mean? Even in a horror fiction story, you still can like learn stuff from it and kind of like apply it to your life, if that makes any sense. So history is way better at that, because these are actual real people and these are actual real events, and so understanding the story related to the historical event can get you attached to it and help you understand how it relates to your life and how things build upon each other, and how you got to the point where things are today, and how they can progress into the future. Because if you don't understand how things happened before, how you landed where you are, you're definitely not going to be able to predict what's going to happen later. You know what I mean? So let me play a little bit more.
The impact of the armed overthrow of the Wilmington municipal government would be felt for generations. Some 2,100 African Americans were forced to leave the city to save their own lives. Many never returned, weakening the social networks and institutions at the heart of the Black community. Black participation in government ended and wouldn't resume until federal voting rights protections were put in place in the 1960s. Black economic activity steadily declined as Black businesses were forced to close and Black workers faced heightened employment discrimination. And Black schools, teachers, and students suffered from decreased funding from the lily-white government, resulting in a marked decline in the Black literacy rate. The Wilmington Massacre was not an anomaly. White mobs burned Black communities, murdered African Americans, and dispossessed Black people of their property in Pierce City, Missouri in 1901, Springfield, Illinois in 1908, East St. Louis, Illinois in 1917, Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street in 1921, Rosewood, Florida in 1923, and Detroit, Michigan in 1943. Rather than an aberration, the Wilmington Massacre was illustrative of the moment. The Wilmington Massacre was also representative of the anti-Black, anti-democratic political movement sweeping the South. Following the Hayes-Tilden Compromise, white Southerners ratcheted up their efforts to disenfranchise African Americans, coming together despite significant class differences. Small white farmers had grown distrustful of the fiscally conservative plantation elite, who looked suspiciously at them for entertaining the idea of forming political alliances with Black farmers. But in the end, white Southerners coalesced around the idea of stripping African Americans of the right to vote. They chose white supremacy over democracy.
So, like, this is the thing, the main thing that I want to focus on is that, you know, even as late as the 60s is what we're talking about here. Okay, so that wasn't that long ago. That's the part, you know, and we want to feel like we have come so far, but even if you just look at it with a timeline, you can see that it hasn't come that far, you know. Even the time that has gone by isn't that long. So, you know, you have to realize that there's some hangover or repercussions or like present situations that are influenced by this stuff, you know. And if people don't even know about it, then they don't understand. Like, so when something is happening and then they explain it away, it's because they really don't know what has happened and how we got here. Let me see. Do I have some more comments I want to read on this one before I move on? Let me see. Did I read this one? Let me read this. It says, I, as an Englishman, am very grateful to have seen this video. I have no idea that so much of terrible segregation started in the northern states. I don't know. I skipped over that part, but he was talking about the sun. I don't know if it was this video or the other one. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm all mixed up, but they were talking about the sundown laws, where you had to go home if you were, you know, African American or whatever, and you were in the city. So in this, but the thing is about that is that it came from northern states, it came from northern cities, and that spread southern. But that the sundown town thing came from the north. I don't know if they covered that in this video or the other one, but let me read this one. It says, this is deeper than any Black history I have ever learned throughout junior and high school. Thanks for the true education. Another one, it says, beautifully spoken, sir. I am from Australia, and this deep look into American history is truly educational. This video should be called How America Legalized Slavery. Another comment, it says, brilliant video, so well put together and informative. Shame that now in American schools are not allowed to show this, let alone discuss it, because some people can't handle the history of their country. Yeah, it was a lot of stuff in this, but I couldn't play the whole thing. It would have been, he was talking on slow too, like that was killing me. So I apologize. I did increase the speed of this video while I was playing it. So that wasn't his proper speed, but I couldn't deal with it. I watch videos and listen to presentations and lectures and speeches and stuff all the time, man. And when someone is talking really slow, OMG, it hurts. It hurts.
I'll tell you, I love that 1.25 button that I've got on a lot of my podcasts and things like that. These guys that sit here and start talking like that actually sound like a normal voice. But then some of them that just do talk really fast start to sound like chipmunks arguing.
Yeah, and then it becomes hard to understand them at some point when you go too fast. So, but I get up pretty fast. I can get up to 2. I think it's 1.75. I can get up to 2. I think 2.0 or whatever. Sometimes, depending on the person, it's a habit. When you listen to a lot of stuff,
Also depends on how much you want to absorb the information.
that's true too. Because sometimes
I can't go past 1.25 if I'm actually trying to listen to what they're saying and not just having it absorb, just little bits of it here and there.
I ain't gonna lie. It's usually classwork that I speed up that fast. So the part where you said how much of it I really want to retain, that's probably why. That's probably why I could get it up so fast. Yeah.
See, that's why I use my ADHD superpower, and right before the test or anything, I go in and I use my hyper focus to read through the entire chapter book, read through all the questions and stuff like that. Then for about the next 3 to 5 days, I'm like an expert on the subject. I get that test knocked out of the way, never have to use that knowledge again.
I know. It's funny how if you take a lot of classes, you learn how to temporarily store information. Somebody asks you about it later, and you're like, "Man, I already took that test, bro."
That's why I can't pass a damn math class, because the math class you actually have to remember stuff from class to class.
Well, us liberal arts degree majors definitely know what you're talking about there too.
Yeah, and in your education, you get 2 more classes dropped on there. This new math crap called Math for Teachers, where instead of adding stuff up in lines, you're making boxes all around the thing and puppet shows and like step levels of and this is just and this is for our
any math departments. That was shit. I don't have the credentials. My connection is bad too. I thought it was just Pat's. It's probably because I'm connected straight. I'm not using my freaking booster right now. That's what it is, probably. I'll have to exit out to fix that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're once in a great while.
Just talk about whatever for a second. I'm gonna click out of here and come back in because I think it's my I'm not using my my booster. I'm gonna switch to the booster. Okay, I'll be right back.
No problem. I can always babble about something like ADHD superpowers and things like that, because that's something I've learned recently that I've got. And all of the little things that used to mess me up for so long, and it's like, oh, this is such a problem. It's like it's completely explained now. I'm still glad I didn't get all on the medication for it, because that made me feel like a zombie. I'm just babbling about some ADHD, finding out that I actually what I have.
Yeah.
So I was borderline. I was considered borderline autistic growing up.
Yeah.
But now it's now it's ADHD. And if they had given me the medications they wanted to, I would not. If I had agreed to take the medications, I would not be the same human being that I am today.
I'm telling you, I was about to say I never been. Yeah, I never was diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure, and I'm kind of glad that I haven't been diagnosed because I don't want any other drugs. There's got to be better ways to deal with that shit.
Well, they tried it a couple of months on me, and I caught my parents arguing, and my dad was like, "He's calmer, it's easier, blah blah blah, things are going." And my mom is like, "But who is he? That's not our son.
Yeah,
I want my son back. He doesn't want to be like this, And so they let me go off of it, and that's part of the reasons I went to public schools too, instead of the military schools while we were going around, because they don't tolerate that. They would have ordered him to medicate me.
Yeah.
Well, my questions and seeking answers because the teacher wouldn't give it, I snuck into the library where I wasn't supposed to be and started trying to look it up in a book. And I got caught, and my dad got Article 15 because I was in an unauthorized area.
I want to get into this. This is the Cynical Historian. I really like this guy's videos. I'm a fan of this guy big time. He makes good stuff. So the caption to this one, well, the name of it is Jim Crow, a history lecture. So the thing about using this guy, he's really good about putting his sources here. You can see his bibliography right here. I think they put their sources on that last video, but this guy is really anal about making sure that everything that he covers can be historically backed up. So that's what makes this stuff really, really good. Anyways, I'm a fan of this guy's stuff. I can't spend this much time. I make too many videos and I do too much stuff. Maybe at some point I can get to the point to create stuff as good as this guy. But I know he has help. There goes me complaining, but I'm sure he has a team because this stuff is way too well put together. Let me read his caption. It says, Jim Crow laws were state and local laws that enforced racial segregation in the southern United States. Other areas in the United States were also affected by formal and informal policies of segregation, but many states outside of the South had adopted laws beginning in the late 19th century that variously banned discrimination in public accommodations and voting. De jure and de facto disenfranchisement and fear-mongering led to this oppression. I can't talk today, obviously. Let me read some comments. It says, so glad as a black man to see a fellow American who doesn't ignore his country's wrongdoing, but actually seeks to inform. Another comment, Cypher must be developing strong willpower. He managed to talk about Woodrow Wilson for almost 4 minutes without as much as raising his voice. And so you would have to be an insider to get this one because I watch his videos all the time, and he has this reoccurring montage that he does because he's like, Wilson, because it's like every time he's like talking about something and then something bad comes up, it's like connected to Wilson, and he's like, this guy is behind so much that was messed up. Wilson. Anyways, let me move on and read another comment. It says, my granddad was born in 1898. My mom and dad born in the 30s. My mom's still alive. This was not long ago. So when I hear start bringing up the past still lives in my house. When schools were desegregated, my older brothers and the other black students were forced to take classes in the gymnasium because the parents of the white students picketed the school. I'm 52 years old, Northerner, and I felt the effects of Jim Crow where I live, how I was educated, and where and when I could go. Things are better now, but it's foolish to think Jim Crow could be erased if the reality is different for everyone. Yeah, so this was written 1 year ago. I was thinking about it. So he's 53 now. I don't know how that math adds up. Let me read another one. So maybe he was talking about his mom or he was talking about his older brother and sisters. Let me read another comment. It says, great stuff, man. The topic is so whitewashed and misrepresented in the classroom that most Americans don't understand how this period of history affects their lives today. Bing. Boom. I'm going to copy this comment. So the stuff that happened then does affect people's lives today. And that's what's important. And that's what you have to understand. And that's why I'm covering this. Let me read another comment. It says, what people really don't understand is that Jim Crow wasn't just a political system. It was quite literally a way of life. Literally everything back then was affected by it. That's why so many songs, games today, and day activities have a racist origins. Jim Crow affected everything. And the more you research just how much, the more you realize how much is left out. Another comment, it says, my professor was able to print out some of those literacy tests, and they had nothing to do with literacy. Some of the questions were so deliberately confusing, there was no way most people could pass that. It's sad and frustrating. Another comment, it says, as a kid in the 1970s, we used to hear our parents complaining about how bad things were in the South. My dad left for good in 1963. His father left in 1947. By 1975, we were the only black family in a predominantly white neighborhood in Peoria, Illinois. My dad used to say nothing colored or black in the South worth a damn. What? Hold on. My dad used to say nothing colored or black in the South worked worth a damn. He was tired of paying taxes and not seeing it put in the segregated black neighborhood. I asked him in the 1990s why he moved us to an all-white neighborhood. He said even up north, the black neighborhoods were neglected compared to the white neighborhoods. Yep. How much of that has changed and how much of that is still the same? Let me read this one. It says, it's interesting how we're still living in the backlash against the civil rights movement. Let me read another comment. It says, what's sad is pretty soon the only way we're going to know about true history is learning it from YouTube. Great job, man, and thanks for keeping it real. That's what it's looking like. That's why I'm here. Another comment, it says, let's imagine how amazing this would be if they didn't work so hard to hold black people back. It's a shame how many lives were lost because of hate. I want to play some of this.
Jim Crow refers to a time of greatly increased discrimination across the United States. While it began in the South, it certainly was not limited to that region. While the greatest war in American history ended slavery, the following Reconstruction failed to institute civil rights. But they were still in fact the law of the land following Reconstruction. It took time for them to fall apart. Jim Crow is a colloquialism for a broad batch of discriminatory laws passed as the civil rights of Reconstruction began to wane. They were not a single set, but highly variable, ranging from disenfranchisement to segregation, all designed to reinstitute white supremacy and chastise black people into fully subordinated status. Even the name derives from a minstrel show character displayed on screen. These shows caricatured black people, popularizing the racist deceit that blacks are inferior. Jim Crow is not a static entity. Discrimination changed and morphed over time, starting as de facto, as in outside of the law, and moving to de jure, as in the law itself.
Jim Crow was like a slur. It was like a slur, like a, calling somebody, kind of like a bad word. It was a joke. And it came from the minstrel show, which was a joke. So the story behind it was like the white guy saw a black guy and he was like dancing weird. And he had like tatted clothes on, like, he holding his pants or something like that. And I don't remember exactly how the story goes. If the guy had one leg or something, I don't remember exactly. So then this probably never happened, but this is the story and how it goes as far as where the guy got the idea from. So he's saying that he saw the black guy and he was dancing and he was happy and he had on tatted clothes or whatever. So that was, the guy took that on and started doing that dance and wearing those tattered clothes. And it was a joke. It was entertainment. It was like it was a show. And the guy went all through the nation doing that show and got famous, rich and famous off of it. Whether he actually saw somebody dancing and that's where he got the idea from, that part may not actually be true, but that's what he said. That's how it goes.
Even moving back to de facto to reinforce de jure Jim Crow. This interplay between de facto and de jure discrimination is important for understanding how history is not an ever-flowing progressive movement. It can experience regression. Redeemer Democrats redeemed the South by making this steady and dynamic buildup. It was not a static form of oppression, but one that had to claw back civil rights. And they did so with one great fear of white supremacists: the idea of Negro rule. During Reconstruction, While moderate and radical Republicans fought for civil rights, many black people were able to secure office during this time. And so white supremacists depicted any kind of black advancement as an attack on white people. The picture shown here is fear-mongering about a fusion party in North Carolina who managed to win a local election in Wilmington in 1898. Following this fear-mongering, a mob of white supremacists attacked downtown Wilmington, massacred numerous black people, and took control of local office. It is perhaps the only successful coup d'etat in American history. This fear of Negro rule led to numerous massacres like that, and it is part of what Redeemer Democrats used to gain back control of the South.
I think what's important about that part is that you have to pay attention to how they rile people up. So people do stuff outside of the law, but they get motivated too, and they get, they get emboldened. They know that they're going to be protected, or they feel like they're going to be protected, or whatever. And sometimes they don't even care about going to jail or whatever, because it's a badge of honor for them or whatever. They're going to be looked at as a hero. They're going to be famous. They might get rich off of it. But the part about, like the propaganda or whatever, like the image that they were showing, in the last slide, and how that's what they do. They do this today still. They put stuff out that makes people get emotional, and then they react emotionally and do something, and the stuff that they do is what those people were intending when they posted the stuff that they posted. They know the power of this stuff, the images, the memes. They know the power of them and how they get people all riled up, and that's how these things happen. So it's like outside of the law, but it's still kind of like people that are not lawless people are the ones that instigate it.
Before 1877 and the official end of Reconstruction, military enforcement of civil rights steadily fell throughout the 1870s, and as such, Redeemer Democrats gained more and more control of the South. To attack white Republicans, they labeled them carpetbaggers and scalawags. Carpetbaggers meant Northerners coming south. Stereotypically, they would supposedly carry a carpet bag full of money in order to take advantage of the downed economy after the Civil War. But the term was applied to any Northerners coming south, and scalawag referred to any Southerner who voted for the party of the North, which at this point were the Republicans. Republicans were the liberals of this time. In fact, in 1872, a breakaway party called the Liberal Republicans formed specifically because they thought the actual Republican Party was too radical, whereas Redeemer Democrats wanted to redeem the South by recreating and conserving the antebellum South, when slavery was still legal. Keep in mind, the Republicans were overwhelmingly liberals during this time frame, and Democrats conservatives, quite the opposite of today. By 1876, the Democrats had managed to take over the entire South, forming what was known as the Solid South, and basically making it impossible for Republicans to run in the South for decades to come. The region became known as the Solid South because it was essentially a one-party system, completely controlled by ultra-conservative or reactionary Democrats. The Democrats had an explicitly racist agenda, and so many black people saw the writing on the wall, leaving the South in droves for Kansas in a group called the Exodusters. Around 40,000 total left for greener pastures. But how the Democrats cemented their rule was not simply through the ballot. It was through white supremacist terrorism. Following the defeat of the first Ku Klux Klan, two major white supremacist groups formed to take up the slack that was left once the first Klan had been defeated. The White League formed in 1874 and the Red Shirts in 1875, and they used violence and intimidation in order to make sure that black people, carpetbaggers, and scalawags did not vote. Though the White League officially went underground in 1876, they went by many other names after that, and the Red Shirts were still around for decades to come. In fact, they were the ones who attacked Wilmington in 1898. This had its intended effect, and Democrats solidified their rule of the South through this violence and intimidation. But on the national stage, Democrats could not be so openly white supremacist. While Reconstruction had failed, leaving a disdain to enforce civil rights, Republicans could always use Redeemer Democrats' denial of civil rights as means to score political points. So Democrats formed the opposition party while Republicans controlled the rest of the country. So on the national stage, Democrats became what were called bourbon Democrats. They were still quite conservative compared to Republicans, but because Republicans were so pro-business during a time of immense corruption, they called for anti-corruption legislation and isolationism, the former of which we would often consider progressive today. But the racial politics never really left the bourbon Democrats. They still had a Redeemer constituency, and would use the fear of Negro rule in order to pass their anti-corruption legislation. To reinforce all of this ideologically, the Lost Cause myth arose. It tried to apologize for the Confederacy through open denial of its racist cause, and as with so many other forms of historical denialism, ultimately wished to cement white supremacy. Its four tenets are that slavery was somehow good for slaves, the war itself was not about slavery, and was simply Northern aggression, and that Reconstruction was not about civil rights, but the North trying to punish the South. These are all, in fact, incorrect, but the sum total of the myth cemented Southern identity, as though the antebellum order was wholesome and worth preservation, despite the fact that the antebellum order included slavery. And
it's funny because a lot of people still make those arguments about the Civil War, and I think that it's happening even more and more people defend the Civil War and don't want to face the real reasons of it, and what the repercussions were. And I also find it really surprising to me, the more I study about history, is I feel like there was a huge failure where Reconstruction failed. I think that we still haven't done it. We still haven't done Reconstruction. There needs to be a Reconstruction 2 or something, because Reconstruction didn't really happen, A lot was left out. And the stuff that they said that they were going to do, like right when it began, they didn't follow through on. Like, it's like they got tired and went home and was like, man, this is too hard. Because the South was like, man, we're not trying to hear that. Even after the war was over, they're like, we're not trying to hear it. So, the pushback on Reconstruction was started right away, and to the point where they just gave up, I think, when I look back at history. So Reconstruction was a failure, man. It failed. It didn't do what it intended on doing. Maybe it was just too difficult.
that myth ultimately justified black disenfranchisement. The franchise refers to one's ability to vote, and in order to enact greater racial discrimination, the people who they hoped to discriminate against would have to be made to not vote. There was, of course, de facto disenfranchisement, as in when white supremacist terrorists attacked and intimidated black voters away from the polls. But this steadily turned to de jure disenfranchisement, as in laws that specifically targeted black people, even though the laws themselves were depicted as colorblind so as to skirt around the strictures of the 15th Amendment, which specifically states that citizens have the right to vote and cannot be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. But the South came up with crafty ways to target black people despite not officially doing so. The most common of these was the poll tax.
We talked about that in the other one.
And finally, there was registration by referral, as in one could only register to vote if another person who already had the vote gave them a referral. Of course, many blacks had not gotten into the system, and a lot of white voters refused to refer them. Georgia was the first to pass all of these voting restrictions exactly as soon as Reconstruction ended in 1877. and these limits on suffrage quickly spread across the South. Many states found that even when they gave so many easy ways for whites to pass literacy tests and poll taxes over black citizens, large amounts still were disenfranchised. And so they created what were called grandfather clauses, as in if one's grandfather could vote, they did not need to pay a tax or pass a literacy test or have a referral to register. Of course, most black people in the late 19th century had grandparents who were slaves and therefore ineligible to vote. This created an insular system that kept black people from voting despite the laws not being openly racist. Of course, in Mississippi, they were the first to pass an openly racist law in 1884 that barred black people from juries. That way, if they tried to sue in order to gain the vote, an all-white jury would hear their case and be more than likely to say that black people did not qualify. This too spread across the South fairly quickly, but none of this could stand if the Supreme Court had upheld the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Instead, they sneakily invalidated the Reconstruction Amendments. In 1883, the Supreme Court heard 5 cases and ultimately ruled that Congress did not have the power to outlaw racial discrimination by private individuals. So if there were individuals who were making limits on suffrage more onerous on black people, that could not be outlawed. Hence,
does that not sound familiar? That sounds very familiar right there. You know, the part individuals can choose to disenfranchise somebody or show discrimination to somebody, and you know who is the government to tell them that they can't? Those words sound a lot like one of the Supreme Court cases that came down recently.
that's why Mississippi, only a year later, outlawed black people from serving on juries. This was essentially a sign from the highest court in the land saying we will not enforce civil rights. That was not officially overturned until 1968. And another landmark case came in 1896 with Plessy v. Ferguson, which claimed that separation was not discrimination, meaning that white people could be separated from black people and still somehow be kept equal, hence coining the phrase separate but equal.
So we touched on that one too in the other video. So it says Supreme Court invalidates civil rights, and then the Plessy versus Ferguson case upheld the separate but equal, basically created that. So, and this is all after the Civil War, and this is all like after Reconstruction. So going backwards, because after the Civil War ended, you know, it was progressive, you know, a lot of progressive legislation came down. So, but then boom, snapback.
That would not be overturned until 1954. So the Supreme Court had essentially invalidated civil rights. Soon many states ratified new constitutions in order to solidify disenfranchisement, Mississippi once again being the first in 1890. From then on, they could proclaim that it was a state's right to practice this form of discrimination.
States' rights. There goes that phrase again. States' rights. It's about states' rights.
Since it was within their own state constitutions, they had proclaimed that it was the state's right to discriminate. For civil rights are ultimately a right to avoid discrimination. According to these state constitutions, state rights were superior to civil rights, and they used this de jure disenfranchisement in order to implement de jure segregation.
So states' rights are above civil rights, huh? What does that make you think about? States' rights are above civil rights? Really? Would y'all agree with that? Pat says Reconstruction didn't work because just like today, Democrats promised the grandiose things but blame Republicans for it not happening. I don't know. I think that it was so difficult. It was such a tough job, and then they didn't even really want to do it, so their heart wasn't in it. I think that's the reason why it didn't happen. It's a tough job. Tough job. We still living in two Americas today. They were trying to bring them together right after a war. That's a pretty impossible freaking thing to do. It took a war to freaking make them stop what they were doing. People died. A lot of people died. And you think they finna just let that go easily? No. You're like, no, we're not feeling that. I know a lot of people died. I'm still not feeling this.
And that man's name was Woodrow Wilson. During his time as president, he would bring the U.S. to what is often referred to as the nadir of American race relations, as in the lowest point. He was the first Southerner to be elected President of the United States since before the Civil War. Though Andrew Johnson had been a Southerner, he wasn't elected president, he was elected vice president, only coming to office because of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, and Andrew Johnson's presidency is not well regarded. One of the first things that Woodrow Wilson did as president was allow his cabinet to segregate the federal government. Federal employment had been one of the safe havens for black people, a place where they could regularly find employment, even if discrimination within the workplace was never particularly great. Even before he had come to the presidency, he had played a key role in legitimizing the lost cause.
Wait. The part about black people working in the, like, is it how much of that is changed and how much of that is the same too today? You look at the, you go to state departments or you go to, like the postal service, you go to the DMV, you know, any of those types of jobs. Who's like, it's a lot of, okay.
He was a historian, a rabidly racist one, but a prominent enough one to become president of Princeton prior to becoming the president of the United States. And he would later become the president of the American Historical Association. Through his writings, he legitimized the lost cause. During his presidency, he made a spectacle in 1914 to dedicate a Confederate statue in Arlington Cemetery. But his worst legitimation of the lost cause came in 1915 with the release of a movie called The Birth of a Nation. It was based on a supposedly true story written by a former roommate of Woodrow Wilson's named Thomas Dixon. Dixon and Wilson were very close friends, and so when the movie adaptation came, Wilson was happy to promote it. In fact, within the movie itself, the director, D.W. Griffith, went out of his way to extensively quote Woodrow Wilson. And as you can see here, Wilson was quite the promoter of the Lost Cause myth. So Wilson, of course, played the movie in the White House, the first movie to have ever done so, and it quickly became Hollywood's first blockbuster.
So it says the white men were roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation until at last there had sprung into existence the great Ku Klux Klan, a veritable empire of the South to protect the Southern country. Woodrow Wilson.
While the numbers are hard to grasp, it made approximately $5 million in rentals, as in the movie theaters that rent it. Box office revenue would not be counted for years to come. By some calculations, that would still make The Birth of a Nation Hollywood's most profitable movie ever. And of course, not coincidentally, that same year, a new form of the Ku Klux Klan arose. This is called the Second Klan, and it would exist all the way into the 1930s. The movie itself is a pretty exact
1930s
retelling of the Lost Cause myth, replete with fear of Negro rule and promotion of violence against black people. Sure enough, in the summer of 1919, during an outbreak of fear-mongering about supposed anarchists and communists called the Red Scare, a rash of lynchings and race massacres happened across the United States.
So this is another example of, like earlier, where I was saying they get riled up. So they saw The Birth of a Nation. They said it came out in 1915, but things were moved a lot slower back then. So for it to get across the whole nation, for like everyone to see it, it probably took to 1918 or so, you know, for it to rise in popularity and everyone to see it. So then you got the Red Summer happening in 1919.
This is called Red Summer. In fact, there were more lynchings in that one year than any other in American history, and Wilson did nothing to stop it, or even acknowledge the thousands of people dying in the streets. Even with this open racism, there were several attempts to stop him from segregating the federal government, which he rebuffed with the standard Lost Cause statement that segregation was good for black people, despite the fact that they were getting worse jobs or none at all. His ignorance of black citizens really came to a head while he was negotiating a treaty in France in 1919, just before Red Summer. In February of that year, a group formed called the Pan-African Congress, which was headed by American black activists, which of course Woodrow Wilson completely ignored. But this showed that even in the depths of the worst race relations in American history, also known as the Nadir, there was growing opposition to Jim Crow.
So he's going to go into the civil rights, and they cover that over and over and over in school. So I don't see. So that's what I mean, though. They highlight points and they don't tell you how it leads up to it. They don't teach you this stuff he was just talking about before this, but they just jump right into the civil rights era, So NAACP, W.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, Ida B. Wells, Booker T. Washington. I'm sure most people in the audience know those names. The Great Migration of the 1910s, reactionary segregation in the North. They probably don't know reactionary segregation in the North. I might want to skip to that part, but they know about the Great Migration and everybody moving up north. Maybe I'll skip to that because I was about to wrap it. Let's see. Because the part I was talking about earlier about the sundown.
Readily termed race massacres. And there are too many of these to list, with thousands of people dead because of race massacres throughout the Jim Crow period. They often were started because of somebody supposedly crossing racial lines, developing into entire communities, taking out their racial hatred against black people. In response to all of this, a movement began in Harlem and spread quickly throughout the nation known as the New Negro.
Okay, I went too far.
Other forms of discrimination were unique to the North during the Great Migration. Jim Crow was not merely something in the South, nor was it a solid set of discriminatory laws, but an ever-changing batch. This was especially prevalent in Chicago, the very place that held the Chicago Tribune that was doing so much good counting the number of lynchings. The reason why so many black people came to Chicago was that it was a railroad hub, and so it was very easy to move from the South to the North. Many black people during this Great Migration tried to escape Jim Crow, only to have it imposed on them where they escaped to. And during Red Summer, Chicago was the most prominent location of the race riots of that year. In fact, race riots spread throughout the North, and they continued in the South. These were often more readily termed race massacres, and there are too many of these.
Yeah, so the point is, you had they tell you the Jim Crow South, but they don't tell you that this was going on in the North also in multiple ways. So that's another part that they don't really teach. I think I skipped over a part of it, the part where he was talking about the sundown. I don't want to play anymore though. This stuff is pretty brutal. Anyways, so what do y'all think about it? Pat asked, what is above states' rights? They were saying that states' rights are above civil rights. So, and I was asking, do we think that civil rights should be below states' rights, or should civil rights be above states' rights? That's what I was asking. I think civil rights should be above state rights.
That's the whole idea. So self-sovereignty was what the nation is built on. That's why the entire Constitution was built, was to say the government cannot do this to us. These are the laws that the government is bound to. This protects the people from the government. Anything not covered by this document is the purview of the state in which they're in. But nowhere is any constitution, state or otherwise, without due process, law, blah, 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 ever supposed to infringe upon rights like that.
Human rights, it's like the rights of me.
Yeah, the basic human rights. It says that's what it's saying. The government can't take this basic away from you. And from the original statement and use of those, the language has changed stuff has gone bad, and we've come to a way, but we need to stop the lawyers from writing this and get it written in such a way that someone with an 8th grade education can easily understand it, and it can be taught to people easily. Just basic words, not if by facto this and that person by default of heritage unknown is this and therefore is now adjunct to the adjacent, bullshit. Then it's not right. That shit needs to be taken out.
The legalese. I think in some cases they have to use certain words, but yeah, I completely agree with you. It should be written simpler so that everyone can understand it, basically. And they have to be specific too. They can't leave vagueness, So
or when it comes to these crazy bills, have 2 versions of it on the website. Have the actual legalese of it, and then translation to American English.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. So I think that what you were saying should be the focus, because I was talking about earlier about the way that they write the laws, especially when they leave it vague. It's like they have an intention, knowing that it's going to be misused, by leaving it vague and not being more specific. Allowing it to be abused. So yeah, they need to write the laws better. So, and then people need to learn more about law, so they can when they're reading whatever they're reading. Well, you don't even really have to know about law, but you need to know what the words mean. So then you need to look at that. Look at the definitions of the words, because it's not that they're using another language, and it's not that the words, but words do have different meanings in different contexts, but the way it's used is the way that people think of the meaning of the word all the time. And that's not always, that don't always directly coincide with the actual meaning of the word. So, we use language as a tool and we bend it at our will. But when it's used in legal language, they're using it in the strict definition of the word. And that's where people can understand a lot better if they just look the words up. You know what I mean? Just look them up. It's a regular word that you hear all the time and you think you know what it is. Go look it up and see what are the couple of definitions or the couple of differences that it can be used in different contexts. And then look at the what is the word I'm trying to think of? The root of it. We talk about it all the time on the show, but the root of where the word came from, like the language it came from.
Etymology of the word.
Etymology. That's the word I'm looking for. Look at the etymology of it, and look at where the word came from and what its meaning was there. And then boom, there you go.
It's like 98% of people that speak English don't realize that conversation is actually another word for sexual intercourse.
Delightful.
The more you know.
The more you know. We're having a conversation.
So all these conversations, we should have an OnlyFans account, right? I mean, I don't think they'll be getting what they think they're getting with our talks, but it is communication.
Yeah. So in that other video, he talked about New Orleans and Louisiana, which was freaking really interesting stuff. Because Plessy was from Louisiana. And the trip was going to go to Covington, Louisiana, and it was coming from, where was it coming from? And he also had Cajun family members, so he could pass for white. He was like, he was barely black, his parents were mixed on both sides. He was really fair skinned. So that was another detail related to that. But I was just thinking about Louisiana and the history of Louisiana, because he talked about in the video how like a lot of the blacks in Louisiana didn't live for a long time they didn't live, segregated. They didn't. It was just different. Louisiana is different. They didn't even. A lot of them didn't look at themselves as citizens of the United States because it was like that in Texas for a long time because of the way the Treaty of Guadalupe. You know how a lot of people don't recognize it. They look at it as illegitimate, and it's like that with the Louisiana Purchase too. So then you had these people, and they were living there before this stuff happened, and living there after, and they're like, man, we're not a part of that. So they pretty much was doing their own thing down there in Louisiana. But then that changed. So like that's one thing that's different. They have a different history in Louisiana where a lot of them was living. The black folks owned businesses, everything. They had interracial relationships, all of this going on at the same time, where you had all of this Jim Crow stuff going on. Well, once the Jim Crow really got rolling, then that's when things changed in Louisiana. So he talks about that in here. Louisiana is just interesting. The people that come from Louisiana are interesting people too, I ain't gonna lie. The history is different. And they have a lot of Haitian influence in Louisiana. Some people would consider the southern part of Louisiana as the part of the Caribbean. And you can argue that. I don't know. I think I want to move on because I got everything I wanted to get out of this.
Just look at the Louisiana food, the Cajun food. I mean, it's all about island food.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how you really get into an area or a group of people and find out what culture they're from. Is look at their food.
Mm-hmm.
That food is going to come. It's going to be a fusion of all the different countries and cultures that have made that community.
Mm-hmm. And I always say the best food in the States is in Louisiana, man. Best tasting food. They could take some.
I'm going to say in the South, not just Louisiana, but I'm going to say in the South.
Yeah, I got to give.
That stretches Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi. There's a lot of different flavors, even of the same things.
Yeah. I just got a heart for Louisiana, so I got to give them a little bit of a notch on the rest of the South.
Oh man, one of my favorite foods in the world is a good crawfish etouffee.
Yeah, man, etouffee, gumbo. What I was gonna say was they could take some roadkill and make it delicious.
That's exactly what they used to do.
they could make anything delicious. They just find whatever is available.
Is it still bleeding red? Yep, it's good.
Whatever's available, they can make it delicious. And you're gonna eat it up. They gonna be like, you better not ask what it is. Don't ask what it is.
I mean, they dug up a root, sassafras, and friggin' made soda out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Louisiana is special, man. Oh,
I mean, there are still people living back in the swamps of Louisiana that have not seen another person for 20, 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're good with
backwaters.
that. And they're good with that.
I'd probably be good with it too. I ain't gonna lie. That's them backwater people. They don't need no help from nobody. They gonna get some food. They probably don't have to worry about paying a lot of bills either. There ain't nobody finna come back there and bother them talking about paying some bills. It's hard to get in and out of there too. That's another reason why, like those swamp areas, they're tough to get in and out of, and you can't build anything on it either. So yeah, it's huge parts that's like inaccessible.
Well, no, you can build on it. You just got to know where, how much. Most of the times, you're going to be building from. Let's put it this way: you're not going to get a building inspector to come out there and go, "Yeah, this is good." You're going to be building a shack.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get sheets of plywood if you don't build it out of just trees and stuff itself. And you can, there's some pretty nice little cabins out there in the middle of nowhere. Built little dock around there, fish right off of it. Literally, the guy had nothing, no power, no phone. I knew him back in the late '80s. So
Yeah, it tripped me out to be fishing for alligator. Like, who fishes for alligator? Like, wow. Like,
I mean, this guy would go into town maybe once or twice a year to pick up stuff like flour.
yeah,
Stuff that he can't grow and make. He can't. He'll bake it. He'll bake some bread if he wants it, but he needs the flour because he can't grow wheat in the swamp.
yeah. Let me read this right here. It says, slave for sale. I have one sale, 10 likely young Virginia and Carolina Negroes, for which I will take New Orleans acceptance in 6 or 9 months. Among them is a very superior cook, a good plantation seamstress, refer to S.V. Mitchell, Bank of Messrs, Birkdale and McFarland. I can't read this part. Yazoo City, July 4th, 1836. Yeah, man, that thing happened. It was a thing that actually happened. It really wasn't that long ago. Anyways, I'm tired, but we could chop it up a little while. I don't really have anything else, though. I ain't gonna lie. I could play some more of that video, but I don't want to bore the hell out of y'all. This one, it says the world's 500 richest people added $852 billion to their fortunes in the first half of 2023. Yeah, man, the pandemic was good for a lot of people. A lot of people died, but a lot of other people got rich.
Let's see. The beginning of this year would date to pretty much the Ukraine invasion.
That too.
War has always been good business, but now it's better business than ever. I mean, it took him 6 months for us to be all wrapped up in another one after we pulled out of one.
I think it's wrapping up. I think it's gonna have to wrap up.
He didn't even waste time having like 5, 6, 7 small ones spread out in different areas, so no one could really concentrate and focus on what's going on. He went full scale, all up in the Ukraine stuff. I mean, at least most of the presidents before split us into 5 or 6 different countries, so it doesn't look like we've got mass stuff going on or all of our money's going to another.
Let me read this. It says 15,000 hotel workers are on strike in California. What happened? Thousands of hotel workers across Southern California walked off the job this weekend to demand a fair contract. Workers are asking for a $5 raise up front and a $3 raise each subsequent year of the 3-year contract. So that would be, okay, $5 raise plus 3 plus each year after. Would you include the first year?
$5 and then 3 and then 3 and then 3. So 9 plus 5.
Oh.
They want a $14 an hour raise.
Dang, so I don't know how much they get paid before. Let me read this one. It says, for the most part, the hotels haven't been coming to the bargaining table. So workers authorized the largest strike in the U.S. hotel industry in 50 years.
Coming in July, I would be thinking about remaking my plans, because when you show up, you will not have clean rooms, you will not have food, you will not have banquets, you will not have any services. If I'm a tourist coming in July, I would be thinking about remaking.
July is a big month for traveling too, right? People take their summer vacations and stuff. And
June, July, and August.
And I heard that people are having a hard time getting their passports too. The passports have slowed down dramatically for whatever reason, and people are having, they're struggling to get their passports in time to take trips for this summer. I don't know if that's connected, but let me read this. It says in 2023, hotel profits in Los Angeles and Orange County exceeded pre-pandemic levels, yet hospitality workers continue to struggle to afford a place to live in the cities where they work. Remember, don't cross the picket line. So I guess it says, when did it start? So did it start, or is going to start on the 11th? Why does it say Unite Here Local 11 on strike? When does it start? Has it started? I wonder. I don't want to look it up because it's probably going to take us down a rabbit hole. Are there any comments? Hotel workers across. What's up? Go ahead.
Well, no,
It's a government crackdown on the gangs.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess it's. I was wanting to know, did you guys get a chance to see that video I sent y'all, that Democracy Now! Video talking about what was happening in Honduras?
Recently?
It's happening now. Like, it has been happening. When I sent it, it was like a couple of days ago. Like, it was actually it was before the last show, maybe Friday or Thursday or something.
Okay.
But what's going on is there's a Delaware company, which I've kind of put some things together, and I was making some assumptions, but it's a Delaware company that is in Honduras and have taken up some of the land, because there was a coup that was run in Honduras, and then after the coup and all this stuff is going haywire down there, the company that Delaware company is out there building up $1 billion resorts, like golf courses, like just a wonderland, like a utopia. And the people there, like, what it costs so much, like, this has changed the whole landscape of what, because it's like that, just that one area is more than what Honduras pulls in like its total economy. So everybody that's there or in the nearby areas, they pretty much are it totally messes up their sovereignty in that area. And the people that's come in there, they're able to create their own laws. They don't have to deal with any of the laws that was already existing. And it's I don't want to throw too many assumptions, but I'm sure some people can ask what politician or what powers that be is from Delaware.
Well, I would just say right off top, that sounds like something that has happened before.
Well, the 15-minute towns, or the like these 15-minute zones that they've been talking about, and like this is going to make everybody in that area that needs a job, for the most part, like not be, they're going to have to go and work on this place, this plantation, might as well say, to have any form of revenue or any way to be able to sustain life for themselves. So it's I think somewhat unfair, but I mean, this is something that I think that they're planning to do all around the world. This is just something that just hadn't hit North America, or who's to say? Yeah, I'm sure it has happened in other places as well, but this is something that I know I'm being able to see in the moment of how this thing is, some of these, how politics is playing out. Because like, how does a business be able to go into a country and obtain powers that the country cannot overrule.
Well, yeah, I don't want to belittle this, but what I'm saying is this is the natural order of things. This is the way they do business and have been for the longest. I mean, the banana wars, that stuff, like that's the same exact thing you're talking about.
Well,
You know?
on a different level though, because I mean, it is the same thing, but I mean, I think the reason, like the banana wars, is what led up to them being able to go there and do what they're doing now, because like, the whole, like, let's just say the banana wars, their main production, like the main thing that they can make money on, like we've been able to buy for what, 50 cents a pound, 39 cents a pound, some shit like that forever, and the people never make the money that they should make in that country. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just never, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's other fruits you're gonna pay $1 plus, $2 plus a pound. You still today get bananas for 50 cents a pound. Maybe up to 70 cents.
And that's all what Americans care about is like, as long as I don't have to pay a lot for it, like, can I get it overnight? And if it's some kid digging in a mine to make it happen, they don't care. I don't know if this is the video that you sent me, but this is close. I was scrolling through the text and I couldn't find it. So, but this one, it says Hondurans fight private cities run by U.S. companies as government sued for outlawing neocolonial project. Is this the one? June 28, 2023.
Yep.
Where communities are fighting back against privatization and foreign exploitation. The Honduran president, Xiomara Castro, and the UN Congress repealed a law enacted by the previous right-wing administration that established what are known as Economic Development and Employment Zones, or CEDES. The law also allowed the private cities and special economic zones to have functional and administrative autonomy from the national government, which opponents say is a threat to Honduran sovereignty and the livelihood of local communities. Now, a Delaware-based corporation called Prospera has launched a case to challenge the repeal of the law under the Dominican Republic Central America Free Trade Agreement. The company established one of the zones on the island of Roatan and is now seeking almost $11 billion, which amounts to nearly 2/3 of Honduras's entire 2022 budget. Last month, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren and 32 others in the U.S. Congress released a letter calling on the Biden administration to intervene, writing, quote, large corporations have weaponized and continue to weaponize this faulty and undemocratic dispute settlement regime to benefit their own interests at the expense of workers, consumers, and small businesses globally. For more, we're going to Brussels, Belgium, to speak with Melinda St. Louis, Director of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch. And in Honduras, we're joined by Vanessa Cardenas, the leader of the Community Council of Crawfish Rock, the area directly impacted by the Prospera ZEDE on the island of Roatan. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! We're going to begin in Honduras with Vanessa. Can you explain what's taking place for people to understand around the world? You've got U.S. corporations running cities?
She looks angry.
Well, yeah, she can't really hear what's going on right
Vanessa? I think she's not hearing us, so we're going to go to Melinda St. Louis. If you can explain what's happening in Honduras.
Well, yes, it's great to be here. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to hearing from Vanessa. It is absolutely outrageous that in Honduras, after the coup in 2009, there was this radical project to create these ZEDEs, as you mentioned, private cities that U.S. corporations could come in and control the territory. The territory was removed from municipal jurisdictions, and then they had the power as a corporation to set their own regulatory standards, tax policy, monetary policy, security forces, have their own separate court system, and basically run their own government.
Sounds like apartheid South Africa.
And in
Like
the case of Roatan,
Florida,
on this company, Prospera, came in and established this private zone where the governance structure does not allow for representative democracy from the people of the community. And at first, the people in the community didn't even know that this was happening. It's happening in such an opaque format. And once people understood what this meant in terms of taking away Honduran sovereignty and taking away land from communities, there was massive uprising. Indigenous people, community organizations, even the largest business association in Honduras opposed this corrupt law. And so through the democratic process, fortunately, they managed to overturn this corrupt law. The Xiomara Castro administration ran on a platform of repealing this law, and they did so. They made good on their promise. The National Assembly overturned or repealed the law, and that really should be the end of the story. It's a victory for democracy in Honduras after a very dark period of right-wing rule. And then that's not the end of the story because of the trade agreement that no one knew about, and these secretive trade rules that empower corporations to be able to challenge democratic policies outside of the court system. This isn't in a U.S. court. It's not in a Honduran court. It's in a private tribunal of private sector lawyers, 3 arbitrators, who will decide whether to basically ransack the treasury of the tiny country of Honduras to the tune of $11 billion with a B, which again.
I was wondering where the money was coming from. I heard them say the $1 billion, and like they're extracting that from the Honduras government or whatever. How does that work? Or are they just talking about they're going to make that much off of it?
No, I think that's how much money is going. I think that's how much money is going into it. I'm not sure if it's going to be like if it's coming from the Honduran, I guess I don't know if it's coming from the land, the resources or whatever. But I do know that's how much is being invested in this. But in turn, will change the market in that area. So I mean, one way or the other, the inflation will hit Honduras because
the
of
regular
those actions. Yeah. But
and as you mentioned,
what I wanted to add is this is some extreme communism. Like they don't even give the representative politics that's existing that was supposed to be democratic. Like it supersedes that. But I mean, history does tell us that democratic processes is what leads us to communism, and it looked like it just skipped right over socialism right into communism.
Well, the socialism always benefits not the people, the way the system is set up.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you say that because I think that socialism can be good within us, a different type of system, like using some socialist programs within, like a capitalist society, but at the same time, the system has to work properly and fairly. But
and it doesn't. If it just funnels money to the big corporations, so it's like they privatize profit, but they politicize the cost of things. You know what I mean? The people cover the cost, and then a private person,
makes
they
the profit.
privatize the profit.
Is would bankrupt the country. So the company is using this as an additional tool to try to bully the government to not implement the democratic will of the people. And so it's very complicated, but it's actually very simple. It's once again kind of this neo-colonial project of of U.S. companies going to the region, but in this very radical way.
Yeah, I think we have Vanessa Cardenas in Honduras now, and I wanted to go to her. Vanessa, when I was in Honduras as a reporter back 30 years ago, there were already very large export processing zones, basically to manufacture goods and send them to the United States. But this is a whole other stage here of whole cities. Could you talk about how your community, Crawfish Rock, found out about this? And what the previous government had done to keep the basic information from the people?
Yes. Hello. Well, we didn't hear it from the government, of course. We heard it through a community leader, and she practically was telling us underneath because she was so scared. But she wanted the community to know. I actually get it from a colleague of mine, and she sent it through our WhatsApp messages. And we were, we had to do so much study. We had to knock on so many doors because everyone that we asked was like, no one knew about it. The authorities knew nothing about it. So first of all, we need to know that this Sede, and especially Sede Prospera, is not like the rest of the autonomous or independent zone. This is a state within a state, which will have its own judicial system. It is run by a technical secretary chosen by the camp, and the camp itself is in the shadow. No one knows who the members of the camps are. And of course, the link that it has to the narc state of Juan Orlando is very concerning to us. And their lack of transparency, they have not been transparent in anything they have done. This community is a small community. It's an ethnic community. And we, of course, has the rights to be free and previously consulted on any type of project that has been done in our community, and we have not been. So, we have totally distrust of Prospera Sede, and the power that the treaties and the law gives them has us so much concern. We are so very concerned about that.
I was looking at the ads to attract businesses, and it talked about these Zedes. It said around the world, there's something like 5,000 of these zones, but 500 of them, 10%, are in Latin America. Here in if you can talk about your community, how it's impacted, and the fact that this was imposed by the previous president, Joe, as he's called, J-O-H, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was extradited to the United States for drug trafficking, for corruption, even though it was repealed, how it's being enforced right now in your community and the particular effects on your community.
So the guy was a narco. That's what she was trying to say. That's crazy. Let me read some comments. It says, disgusting. I'm so sick of corporate rule. Another comment, it says, so glad you're beginning to put the public eye. The U.S. people need to see the selfish, brutal cruelty of corporations. This must stop now. Another one that says, anything a corporation can do to go under the table is very much a part of their business plan. You go, Honduras. Do not let these scum off the hook easily. Well, from what it sounds like they're doing it. Like they're getting away with it. Like it's not like Honduras has won. I don't know why.
It's done. Look, the city pretty much exists. Like it exists, and who's gonna stop it? Because who backs up all of the United States corporate structure?
Yeah, and they said they had that
military.
They had that, yeah. So if they push too hard, it's gonna be like the banana wars again. So, but they have that free trade agreement or whatever. That's what they're using, to even supersede the law that they had there. So it's like, screw your law. Y'all made this trade agreement with us, and we're rolling with this.
Yeah, man. This is actually some foul shit, man. And like this is bound to happen in many more places. And like right now, if we don't really pay attention and try to do something to help these people over there, it's gonna happen in your neighborhood. It's gonna be you know, like country towns and across America. It's like they're gonna be like, oh look, yeah, I like this. Look at the trees and then before you know it, there's this utopia that's built up right there on your indigenous land,
and on your dime,
and with your money.
Damn. Let me read some more comments. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I don't think people realize it because yes, I pick on the Democrats, but the extreme corporate structures are most of them run by Democrats or aligned with Democrats. Am I saying that there's no Republican involvement? No, I'm not saying that. But we're giving more power to the people who is willing to go around the world and destroy what people have built for themselves because they decided they want it. And that's kind of like what a monarchy does, is that they feel that anything in the world is theirs, and they don't have to, like they can just jump up and own whatever they want because they saw it. I remember stories of things that was happening in Africa. A prince and a princess they both wanted to have mountains, so they split up these different countries into two so that they both can own mountains. Like it's just like this is the same type of thing that's kind of happening now.
I think that though the focus needs to be on the actual corporates, the culprits of the situation, and that's the corporations, these big, huge corporations.
But the policies, the policies that allow them to exist is our government. Like regardless of what side we lean to say that is more responsible for this, we have to look at the fact that these corporations are able to do this based on the policies that's been made through with what like is supposed to be international laws and agreements made. This, like you said, they're using the free trade agreement to be able to go and do what they're doing now. Was it corporations that came up with that? I mean,
yeah, but if you make the argument that you can't separate the corporations from the government, I have to go with you on that. So, but I would look at the government though as a lower level under the corporations because they're doing their bidding. They're like a leg of the corporations. You know what I mean?
No, I mean I definitely say that they're one and the same, but I, personally, and I could be wrong. For whatever reason, I feel like there's one leg of it that is totally like truly extreme, and whether it has flip-flopped again or not, however people want to see it, that is happening again because I still see that there's people that's fighting for individual rights along, individual sovereignty along with group sovereignty. So, as far as for the people, not just the corporations, people who, who buy the government's, ability to change policy. There's people who really just like, no, like this belongs to the people. This is the right thing to do. And there's others that's like, no, we the people. The we the people don't mean nothing, don't have nothing to do with them people. It's we the people in this room, in those chambers. That's how some people try to look at it. So
let me read some comments. This one, it says, that's a lot of nerve to go into another country and privatize anything. Kick them out, y'all nation. Another comment, it says, there should be an outright ban against privatization and foreign exploitation in Honduras. This is horrible for the Honduran people. Yeah.
But look, I mean, and we're complaining about these immigrants coming from those regions, from those areas but I mean, we can almost blame ourselves or our government for causing those things to happen.
You know, a huge chunk of the people I work with in my job are from Honduras. Like the majority of the people that work there are from Honduras.
I would ask them, what do you know about
Uh,
Prospero?
uh, Wait a minute, I might be wrong. There are some people from Honduras, but it's Guatemala, I think, that more people are
Well,
from.
I mean, really, South America. Period. I mean,
But
like
it's only a
you say
few
that
that's like from Mexico. And you know how they always be talking about they call all Hispanic
man,
people Mexican.
I know, I
And it-
know, I know.
and
I hate that.
and the and out of the ones that work at my job, it's only a few that's from Mexico.
I know,
A
because I mean,
handful,
but the thing about it is,
less than a handful.
most Mexicans are Americans. You know, as far as like not, you know,
The way
of
they
course,
move is totally
yeah,
different. Yeah, the way
yeah,
they think is totally different from the people from Guatemala, Honduras, and so forth. Yeah, they have a lot more. What would you call it? What's the word? They looking for more like privilege, not the word. They understand the United States a lot better, like how some people get things and others don't.
they know how to move, um, in a, you know, in North America, much better than you know, because I mean, I think once they, you know, they like, let's say, because I know some people from Honduras, Chile, Argentina. Like, I mean, I know a lot of South Americans, and
Venezuela, we got a lot of Venezuelans at my job too.
Venezuela, yes, yes, yes. Because you know, my in-law is married to one, and the other one was dating one, and you know, I meet people everywhere. You know, I don't know a stranger. You know, so, and you know, I ask questions when I come across some of these people. I ask questions about, you know, what's going on, this, that, and the other. I even talked to a Ukrainian the other day. Like, I mean, I talk to people all over the place, and it's just like, if people would really take the time to kind of listen, because I mean, the whole, you know, you hear me talk a lot of times, the immigration problem, you know, immigration, we have a problem with it, but at the same time, we can't pin it on the people. You know, like, they're just trying to freaking exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're trying to see another generation of their own to live on. You know what I'm saying? But on the political side, yeah, we got to do something to correct these things, and that also means us not getting so involved in other people's politics, or maybe, let's say, fairly involving ourselves.
Yeah,
We
well,
have to fairly involve
the issue
ourselves.
is the disenfranchisement, the procurement of land, you know, that kind of thing. The taking the
Yeah,
resources. That's where the problem's
exactly.
happening. You could do
Yes.
business with people, just do it on a fair level, you know.
Yeah.
But that's not what they want. They want, see, one part of the problem is that I was about to say a minute ago is related to like monopolies, you know, these companies getting so big. You know, we have laws on the books for antitrust laws, and it's just that they don't really enforce them, you know. So a lot of these companies shouldn't have even been allowed to get as big as they are, you know. A lot of these companies, they have monopolies, and these monopolies are illegal, you know, but they're even bigger than monopolies. It's like
Well,
conglomerates, or because they
well,
go across from one nation to another. They'll have a monopoly in the United States and then have a monopoly somewhere else, like Germany.
yeah.
No company, if a company
England,
gets that big,
London.
what can you do? You know what I'm saying? You can't really, like, you can't control them in any way. They got the money to
Well,
pay for whatever. Apple just reached the $1.7 trillion mark. It's like the highest mark of any company ever. It's like,
yeah.
what can you do? Like Apple, if Apple don't want to act right, how would you hold them accountable? What can you do to them? They shouldn't be.
Well, and
You can't allow them to get that big. Otherwise,
That's true. I totally believe that, but it's stuff like the pandemic that happens that allows certain things to happen that hurts the small guy, and all of these resources that the government has available, and the big companies already have all of this. When the public finds out about these funds that are available for any business, the Walmarts,
The
the
big companies,
Apples,
they're
the
getting it first.
Facebook, all these, they get it first because they already have a big legal team to put the
Hmm.
paperwork in to get
Yeah,
these funds.
yeah. So, and then they know about it way ahead of time, and they file on the first day. So most of the money is going to go to them. It's only going to be the leftovers that anybody else is going to get. You know,
Exactly.
and
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 then
you
and then and then have the nerve to go lock some people up for illegally getting these funds when the big corporations like didn't need it, never needed any of the money to begin with. So we
The
want
big corporations have legal departments that have all of this in pre-written documents where all they have to do is put, the exact specific, like
yeah, change up
this
the language a
title,
little
this
bit.
loan, or whatever. Literally just drag and drop, or just a freaking financial Mad Lib.
Yeah, and then drop the paperwork. They're already ready. So, but the other part of this you mentioned was the pandemic, and then it's like these corporations benefited so well from it, and then a lot of people have worries that it was they call it the plandemic, like saying that this just didn't happen on its own. You know what I mean? Like it was influenced to happen. I'm trying to be careful on how I say it, but
you want
all
me to
of a
say it?
sudden
You
the
know, I use that word. I
benefit.
use that word at work. Anytime the subject comes up about the whole thing going on, I got two jokes. I call it the plandemic, and then I look at them, pat my belly, and said, "We're all trying to get rid of that COVID-19 we picked up."
Yeah, the weight
Or
that we
actually, it was 2 years, so it's more like COVID-38, right?
yeah, we gained some. I definitely
The
gained some weight during it, but
whole country did, which is more money for the medical people because we're going to be dealing with heart disease
just
and
a whole nother factor.
diabetes and stuff like that coming up.
Just
Over the
a
next 20, 40 years.
just a whole nother level or layer. But I got to think about, so another part I think about related to this is we're talking about how they privatize the profit and they socialize. It's socialism for the cost and for the risk. So they they did the research for these drugs. Remember, at the beginning of the pandemic, they start, trying to
Well,
figure out how to do
and
what to do with it, right? So then they used emergency funds and public funds to pay for the research. And then, so even if we back up even further back to the gain of function research that they were doing,
yes.
we were financing that too. A lot of the money that went into that was public funds. Okay,
What?
so
Go ahead.
but it was private companies who were doing it, but they were getting public funds to and it, see
And
they
mind
always
you, also, they were doing it in other countries because that kind of research is
is illegal.
illegal in ours. Yet
Yes.
we, the taxpayers, were paying for it.
And so they always use percentages though. So the taxpayers didn't cover the full amount of this stuff. The same thing with the drugs and other stuff. It was a percentage, but it was the biggest percentage, but it was a percentage. And then so you had private investors or organizations or whatever. They come together, the
90,
funds.
90% and 98% is a percentage of
Yeah.
it. So they can
So
always say that they only paid a percentage of it, but if it's, you know, they only put money together to put the building together and maybe hire people. Everything else came from the U.S. government for the most part, because that's the type of things that's being funded in Ukraine, different places in Europe, China, because against public opinion, COVID originated here in America, but because of the gain of function was against the law to do here in the United States, they paid people in China to and maybe even sent some of our own people to China to do it there. But it's a lot of those things are known to be proven up to this day, but nobody says it publicly because of fear of like, I mean, because for me, somebody could easily say, "Oh, well, that's conspiracy," and whatever. But as far as the news stations, they have to ignore it.
Yeah. So, and then the information is out there. All you got to do is look it up. It's there. So these are facts.
It's only a conspiracy theory until it becomes a conspiracy truth.
Right.
A conspiracy fact. That's what I'm saying. Like, no one talks about all the things that used to be conspiracy theories that actually are, just total facts now. Whether it's conspiracy or not.
And let's just limit that to the last few years about the whole alternative medicines and things like that, and not even go into the big stuff. And how many people are still on alternate platforms, still not allowed back on platforms for saying something that was true. So what is truth now? Though. It's a matter of dates, the way it's going.
Yeah.
Just like language is a matter of dates.
That's one of the biggest things.
But
wait. One of the biggest things that. Go ahead.
What I want to focus on though was the reality that they make the money off of it. After we're talking about what happened. We're talking about what happened with COVID overall, and then the corporations, they made so much money, and they're still making money. Talking about they had problems with their freaking line of their supply chain, and then you had the companies that created the drugs, used them, the taxpayer money to do it, and how many of them companies blowed the hell up? They were like nothing before. Like there's at least one company that I can't think of the name of it though. That was very small as medium-sized company. And then after COVID, because they won the contract to produce some of those drugs, they're like big as hell. The CEO rich as hell. You know what I mean? Whoever was investors into the company rich as hell. And like I say, so how come you couldn't have put that money back into the the investors, the American people investing? You know what I'm saying?
Even if not that, why not treat it as an investing partner and allow? But see, that's because we as a government, we're not allowed to invest in private business like that. We can give them money, but we can't say, we can't, take profits out of it because that's,
Yeah. So, but I understand why they would put that in there, but we need to do something better. You know what I mean? Have some kind of language in there where, the money can, especially if they finance a huge part of it,
instead of going to the government, go towards some sort of social program or something like that.
Right. That's exactly where I was headed. Because we talking about Social Security earlier and talking about how that could end up not even being for some people, where, we talk about the veterans benefits or whatever, they were all of the things that were in the list they were talking about when they were talking about the budget and they wanted to pass the budget. And they're like, we need to cut these programs. Well, after COVID, all that money that was made, couldn't some of that money have gone into those programs? What would that be crazy talk?
No, it wouldn't. It's actually common sense, but common sense is not common. But overall, my thing is that we're too busy fighting each other. Because I mean, like I said, we're talking about this whole, like I said, it was a group of Asians upset about black people being able to get into Harvard in a position that they were still more than, because I think they were at 27%, and we were at like 17 or something like that. But where the real problem was, where allowing people into these Harvard, Princeton, or whatever, these legacies, they can have a D. They don't have to work. They can have a seat as long as they graduate high school. They can go into college at Harvard just because their parents, were alumni. So
So I get what you're saying. I think affirmative action is important, but there's other things like what we're talking about with the privatization of the funds and the publicizing the fucking. This
Well,
kind of
see,
shit is way more important.
here's an interesting little twist in this little corporate. They can't pay the government back, but they could put the funds into some sort of program or something. Well, technically, the Social Security Administration is an independent agency of the government. It's not
All of them are
actually the U.S.
all of them are
government.
private.
It is an independent agency from the government. Therefore, it would not be paying the government back to put money into the Social Security Administration. It would actually be putting it into an independent agency,
they
which
could find a way.
theoretically can be made into a law.
They could find a way to do it. They just don't want to. You know what I mean? There's a reason why. It kind of goes back to what we were saying about being able to separate the government from the corporations. Like, it's difficult. Where do you cut at? You know what I mean? You're gonna overlap one or the other as you're slicing through it.
Well,
because
you know,
they're
I
so
don't think it has to
intertwined.
be. I don't think it has to be a total disconnection, but I think there has to be some barriers. That's some distinct barriers that is not able to be crossed, and that when our government is dealing with corporations, and we're giving them we're pretty much giving them some form of investment, but we're calling it subsidies.
Yeah.
So instead of subsidizing them, I think that based
Invest.
on yes, we need to actually, because I don't think there's anything wrong with our country investing in the people or in corporations, into whether
Yes,
it's
because as long as the
large or
money
small
comes
business.
back into
Yes.
social like programs, it don't even have to go into social programs. It could go into building programs, like building
Yes.
better infrastructures and fixing the water pipes and the
Yes,
that kind of
'Cause
stuff.
it can go directly to some, like, let's just say, all right, this the monies the returns that we make on this project that we invested in with this company is going to pay for our bridges and roads on our interstates and our U.S. highways, and make sure that
Those
and
funds
even,
actually get spent on that.
and it gets spent on that, and we figure out what companies, we can have a contractor that's ahead of all of it, to where even if they get subcontractors 100 or more, or 1,000 of them, but it has to be complete.
And make it so worse, you'd have to hire people like regular folks. It'd be another way to make sure you get instead of a bunch of those good old buddies, private contractors, people gobbling up the whole thing, and
Yeah.
sitting on, like you said, not even finishing it. Make sure that it goes to some like local type of businesses, like, you know what I mean, like local folks who do that kind of work.
Exactly. Well, and I think, because that's my biggest thing, is that each county, because even if we don't deal with city to city, each county or parish should be able to get a portion of that money that these roads and
So they can get their part of the road, like, the part of the road that's going through their jurisdiction.
Yes.
Hire their local people and let them fucking do their work.
Exactly. Because it helps benefit the people of that town, that county, and then that way it can be, like I said, you spreading the wealth. Wherever
they could do it.
It
I know
can
they
be
could.
done. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind, but it just has to be a will.
So they're distracting us. Like, so back to your point about affirmative action. So these are the kind of topics, affirmative action, LGBTQ thing that came down from the Supreme Court, freaking Bud Light, Target, or whatever. These kinds of topics are the ones that keep us going and talking and arguing and shit.
And not doing things.
Not accomplishing a damn thing. Meanwhile, they're running out the back door with the damn bag. You know what I'm saying? And everything stays the same. Rich stay rich, the poor stay poor, and life goes the fuck on. You know,
I'm giving a round of applause because we had a somewhat of a heated discussion. I know people y'all. It sound like you and Ewan or Ewan, however you pronounce his name, seem to be pretty upset with me. But this is the same kind of thing that I was trying to express at that time. It's like this is not what we need to be burning our energy on. Yes, it sounds and seems like a big idea, but just think about it because my friend told me that like with I don't know why I can't say it on my own. However, they said, well, you can't use black no more. I'm like, okay, but guess what? They can't use white anymore. But no, they can. I said, bro, like it lands in the same field. Like how, what I'm saying? Like this is to balance balance everything. You can't use your ethnicity as a crutch, no matter who you are, as white, as Asian, as Hawaiian, Pacific Islander. Like you can't use any of it. You know what I'm saying? So
let me read a couple more comments from this video. Check it out. It says, "This is so sad. It's happening all over the world. Another name for the same poison. I pray that Honduras come out on top." Another one that says, "Corporations have been running the U.S. my entire life." Another comment that says, "I'm surprised but not shocked. There's no limit to which the greedy will sink. This is outrageous." Another one that says, "These types of free ports are created all over the world in many countries. It's about tax avoidance and rule breaking. The story is fascinating, and I will certainly keep up to date with it." Couple more. It says, "Evil will look for any opportunity in any loophole to exploit anybody. What a solution. What a soulless situation." It says, let me read this one. It says, "As a Honduran descent, it's my opinion that Honduras may have to militarize and force Prospera LLC out of the country." And then here comes the U.S. military or some private contractors. Let me read another comment. It says, "I admire these women for their knowledge, courage, and activism. If there's another side to the story, let it be told." Another one, "Company towns. It's the U.S. 120 years ago. Predatory capitalism." Another one, it says, "This is outrageous. There is no limit to the industrial corporate government criminal complex." See, they put them together. Industrial corporate government criminal complex. Read one more. It says, "Democracy itself has been and continues to be under siege globally. Such an inspiring report of meaningful pushback against such powers. Thank you for some good news these days." I don't know why people keep calling it good news. They're winning, bro. He said, what did he say? The democracy, yeah. So they were talking about in this city they voted.
The whole thing. They're not seeing the whole thing. All they're seeing is Honduras voted them down. Yay, go Honduras. They're not paying attention. Their 3 minutes of attention span is gone, and they didn't read how that's actually has been, reverse Uno carded on them, and their country might be paying billions for it.
So they just be reading the headlines and shit, and don't really be paying attention. And that's the problem.
Why I get aggravated about people sometimes about headline. No, let's get into the meat of some of this because it's more than just headlines.
So, but the beginning of this comment, this person said,
this is the result of it.
They mentioned democracy. So they said it's under a siege globally. So like in this situation that we're talking about in Honduras, the people voted to get rid of the law or whatever, make it unconstitutional or whatever, and so they use the NAFTA thing to do it anyway.
Okay,
so it's like
that's this statement right there. When you're using it like that, this is where text and not talking with someone becomes a problem because it's an interpretation issue here. That could mean that democracy is under attack because of we're going to force this, that, and the other, or it could be democracy is there's the two sides of that. It's a very unclear kind of kind of thing. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Well, I kind of took it as, potentially, after everything, I didn't think they were, but at first I thought they were just trying to be, like, where you're being, facetious, like, what's the other word for it?
Sarcastic.
Sarcastic about it, but
Yes, I catch you with that by accident a lot.
yeah, I thought they were trying to be sarcastic, but no, I think they probably really are just uninformed.
Yeah, but the democracy part is the way I took that is, those people voted for that stuff to not happen in their area, and it's happening anyways. So then their voice doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
that's what I mean. So that's the democracy not is being overwritten by the corporations.
But that's why I use the terminology communism, the communist action, because all right, there's government that local indigenous governments that's there, but because the strong arm of the law is the people who got the money and the ability to, who's gonna stop
me? Yeah.
So that's why I didn't use. Yeah, that's why I use the communist side.
Go ahead.
The lawsuit issue is basically, hey, you had a deal with us. We built this facility. You changed the law, and we can no longer use this facility. Pay us for it. I mean, that's the boil down of the other side of it.
That would be too much like right.
And they like, nah.
What's the valuation? How are they evaluating that? By the retail value of what it can bring in, or by construction costs?
I was wondering about that myself. But
we're looking at it because we're looking at it from a nationalist, viewpoint, when they're looking at it from a globalist. Like they don't, like at some point, like it doesn't matter what the average everyday person can afford. It's the people on top, because they intend on having, like, that's like another, like a kingdom.
The one world government thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they go ahead.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, no, this is deplorable. These things should not be allowed, especially in this secret and dark manner. We need to stand up for Honduras. Another one, it says, U.S. corporations doing a test run in Honduras, lower corporate tax, lower regulation, and lower protections. The investors' state dispute settlement pushed by Americans. Let me finish this.
It's a private city, and that's the thing. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish this. It says, the investor state dispute settlement pushed by Americans in their trade agreement allows corporations to sue for billions in taxpayer compensation if investee countries implemented public interest policies that would limit corporate profits. It says American politicians have already been bought by U.S. corporates, so they help corporates buy up the countries as well. Yep. So that part, he said.
But they're not even buying it up; they're stealing it.
They said they can sue them if they implement public interest policies that would limit corporate profits. So if you make some laws that limits their profits, then they can sue you for that.
They're saying that the municipals in the area, if they made laws that that restricted, where they couldn't make a profit, or they had to pay higher tax rates.
The deal, and it affects our bottom line.
Yeah.
To sum it up, if you change the deal anywhere around it, and it affects our bottom line, we can sue you for the difference.
Let me read a couple more. It says, what? Arbitration? Run them out of your country. Don't even go to a corrupt arbitration hearing. Another one, it says, this atrocity is a test of what they plan to do here in the States. Keep an eye on this. That's what we said.
Shit.
Another one, it says, and still they wonder why so many people wish to come across the border here illegally. When you go to someone else's country and mess it up and brag about how wonderful your country is, it's only a matter of time before those people decide to come to your country and see if you're really telling the truth. And if you are, they will stay and tell their relatives how it is compared to where you have messed things up for them. And then they will come too. And on the cycle goes. Yep. That's only part of the story I would say, but yeah.
Well, because I'm gonna tell you, I mean, because you know, I've linked a lot of these things together already that will probably happen in this area, but because I was listening to a story, I think I shared it in the chat, but they're talking about how the trafficking trade, the human trafficking trade, is becoming, it has already surpassed the gun trade, and is approaching the amounts of money that is reaching the amounts of the drug trade, and like this, and it's like mostly children. So it's like these private cities, and them not having to deal with any laws of the areas that they live in. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I think that all of it kind of works together. Them being able to have their own powers. I mean, not to say that they're actually trying to change the law where it's legal to have sex with children, but like overall, this is something that I think that we need to cut these people in their tracks, so that this type of stuff is not allowed to happen from the on that corporate end, and from because all of it is, I guess you could say, somewhat corporate. Just the big dollars that at work, but the black market, to where they're also doing what they're doing in Honduras.
Let's cover one more thing before we go. I wonder how much this has to do with that, because when I was searching for the Honduras video, I came across this, and now I had seen this before, but I didn't dive into it, so we can do it now. Honduras, it's the same country. So that's what I mean by how much does this have to do with that, meaning that you got this going on and then you got this going on, and how much could it possibly be related? Honduras,
probably not too far.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't, it's got to be, anyways. There's a thing that they were doing. They said they were cracking down on gang violence, right? So they were arresting a lot of dudes and putting them in jail, like larger amount than ever, like thousands of people getting arrested. I think all they have to do is have the tattoos or whatever. And on the surface, it sounded good to me. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, okay, whatever, man. They want to crack down on they having the gang violence issues. They having drugs issues. Crack down on the gang members, and maybe that'll help with this situation. And be really harsh on them, and do it in an extrajudicial, like not extrajudicial, but expedite it quickly.
Yeah. Yes.
To get things done right away. So, but yeah. So they had a riot. What it said? A raid, police raid. Let's just play some of this.
Authorities say gang members entered a section of this women's prison where rival gang members were held. Then inmates were shot and others were burnt in the facility located in Tamara, north of Honduras' capital. Angry relatives want answers after at least 41 people were killed. They say they haven't been told if their loved ones are among the dead.
We are practically demanding that they tell us what is going on. As relatives, we are here with uncertainty. We need a list of the people that are alive, because we cannot get a list of the dead until the forensic experts come, and we cannot get information from them. But while we are here dying of pain, of anguish, brothers and sisters, we definitely don't have any information.
Human Rights Watch says there are an estimated 40,000 members belonging to MS-13 or Barrio 18 gangs in Honduras. The government launched a crackdown in November last year to try and eliminate gangs which control and extort swathes of territory. The Deputy Security Minister says the prison riot is an attempt to stall the government's progress.
The Honduran people must know that we will not allow, under any circumstances, the attack or sabotage of the actions directed against organized crime and the organized criminality that has hijacked the penitentiary system of this country.
There's a history of prison violence in Honduras. 18 inmates died in a fight in 2019, and more than 350 others died in a fire in 2012. Here at Tamara, more than 20 children also live in the prison. Prison officers are trying to find out if their mothers survived the violence. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
So it said more than 40 women killed in a Honduras prison riot. And it's like, I guess it sounded like the way they were saying it, another group of gang members came to the prison and killed the other prisoners. That's what they're saying happened.
No, that's not what they're saying. Like once they got the gang members in the prison, I think, and I don't know if it was male or female, but they said that the gang members, when they brought them into the prison, you know, they did mix them up with the other inmates, but there was shooting. So there was like maybe they had a gang fight, and then the guards started killing off the you know, the different gang members, or whether they from maybe no telling what side or both sides, but just in total it was those 41 people that they mentioned. But when they said the gang members, it doesn't specify male or female. They brought them into the women's prison. Doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, that all of them that they took to the women's prison were men. I mean, or women, or some of them were men.
Well, only women died in it. Let me read the caption. It says, at least 41 women have been killed in violence between rival gangs at a women's prison in Honduras. 5 other women were injured and taken to hospital after the deadly riots north of the capital, Tegucigalpa. So this thing runs deep right here. What the hell? Let me read a couple comments. It says this facility should be thoroughly investigated. That's the same thing I would think, like immediately right away. Like, this sounds really crazy. So that's what I mean by like, is it connected to the other story by as being a distraction so that people can have something else to focus on while their city is being built, you know, confiscating their land and stuff?
I would say so, but that's still a major crime that's happening in the same, you know, in the same breath, you know. I mean,
or did they even send the gang members in there for this to happen? What kind of prison? How do you allow something like this to happen? You know, maybe you're involved, and not only are you involved, but you orchestrated it. The ones that are running it.
We saw pictures of a military. Who's to say that these are even the same? Because I mean, these, you know, the intelligence.
You could have paid. Let's say it's not the government of Honduras or whatever. It's related to the private corporations buying the city, and they just go. They pay for these guys to go and do this. They pay them. Go do this.
Well,
that's real simple, right?
Yeah, because I mean, they're always looking to get the stronger vessels of the community out of the way. Now, I mean, I guess in my mind, since they didn't say, I didn't hear, you know, maybe I overheard, I misheard or didn't hear when you said the females. I knew it was a female prison, but when I hear gang members, I don't just hear male or female. I hear that it could be either one. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and they're looking, you know, bringing them to a facility to lock them up, and then all of a sudden, because I mean, it doesn't sound like there was any justice trying to be done in the beginning. You know, they just brought all these people, put them in one area, and then whatever fights they had on the outside is now on the inside, and now that they have every right to kill whoever is involved, as far as the guards are concerned.
Right.
So,
like creating the whole situation, basically.
yes.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says a whole bunch of undercover shit about to be exposed, and it's about time. I pray that the rich and dirty politicians are brought to justice. See, they automatically jump into the politicians. He says the rich and dirty politicians. Let me read another comment. It says, so was it gang members from the outside broke into the prison, or were they already prisoners and it all happened inside? That's the same thing I heard when I was listening to this, that they said gangs came to the prison. So it sounded like they were saying outside people came inside to kill these people, but
I thought they were rounded. Because you specifically saw the picture of the military or a military that was there standing guard. So it was like maybe like a roundup of people on the outside and brought them there to the prison, like as a holding area. And then they put them in some cells together, or a large cell together with other gang members, or however that system works, because it could the gang member politics works differently from country to country, but either way, it's. Because we can listen to it again, but it sound like to me like it was something where the outside forces, the police, the military, or whatever, gathered up a bunch of gang members, and then they put them together with other gang members, and then fight broke out or whatever, and then they started killing off whoever was involved in those fights.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one says, South America is no different than any other planet for we Indians. South America is no different than another planet for we Indians.
Okay.
Different from any other on the planet, I think they were trying to say. Let me read another one. It says, Duterte would have solved this. Wake up, Honduras. El Salvador has showed you the way. Another comment, it says, Mexico is so dangerous, with a sad face emoji. This is not Mexico, brother or sister. We're talking about freaking Honduras. Get your freaking country straight. Like, go get a map.
Some people, anything that's not North America.
Educate yourself. Are you trying to be funny? What is going on?
It's not funny at all, bro.
That's like the whole calling. That's like the whole calling in the Indians, Middle Easterners. They don't like that very much, because that's a good way to start a fight, because they call themselves, they are Asians.
And trust and believe, Mexicans do not see themselves as Hondurans in any way,
And
shape,
do
or
not
form.
call a Colombian a Mexican, because she will gut you.
So open up a map, go look at a globe, and learn something. Or stop being so damn insensitive. If you think this is freaking, if you thought it's funny, ignorance is not funny.
Not at all, man. That bothers the hell out of me, because it's like, okay, geography class did nothing for you.
They would sleep on that day. They fell asleep on that day.
That semester.
Oh my God. Okay, so let me play a couple more videos to try to clear this up. Honduras authorities crack down on gang violence, and it has the other one. Honduran president cracks down on the prison system. This one, it says police raid prisons in Honduras. So how much are those connected to this? Let's see this right here. This one, Honduras president cracks down. Go ahead.
About the geography thing, you realize that 90% of Americans' extent of knowing geography is from playing the Risk game.
Yeah, they don't spend enough time teaching, and they teach it wrong. They don't teach like the connections, the nuances, how the topography of the land. You know what I'm saying? In the history of the land, if they taught it that way, people would remember it. But they just teach them dates. I mean,
bro,
when it came into the Union, what's the capital? They make you draw the shapes. Like that really freaking doing something. But
bro,
but
there's Harvard students. There's a dude like goes on campus and asks these students like simple shit, what WWW means, what what 3 countries make up North America, and like the Harvard students don't know this shit, bro.
Yeah, because they don't teach it.
I remember the one where it was like a lawyer or doctor or something. He was going to school for some uppity stuff, man, and was arguing that there was only 2 countries in North America. Was sitting there arguing with the guy.
It's way more than 2. Let me play this.
Tonight, military might taking over prisons in Honduras in a strategy called Operation Faith and Hope after a riot ended in a deadly massacre. Videos posted to social media by the Honduran Armed Forces show soldiers and military vehicles arriving in force, while unsettling images show prisoners sitting on the ground, lined up one after the other and barely clothed. Prison cells tossed and turned upside down in the search for drugs and weapons.
Cumpliendo la orden emitida por la señora presidenta, hemos iniciado el proceso de transición de los centros penales.
So it says the Honduran president cracks down on the prison system. So after the riot happened and all those women died, so they came in and cracked down. So you know how like offer situation reaction, and then like the reaction is what you wanted to do anyway, but you just needed kind of like an excuse to do it type of deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I'm seeing here.
No, I can agree. I didn't have that angle at first, but I definitely agree with you. I think that's more of what happened, because it just didn't make sense. Like, but however, it was a measured account. Like, this definitely was planned.
Let me read his comments because they didn't translate them. It says, following the president's order, we have started transitioning the prisons from the national police to the military police.
Authorities saying the inspections turning up everything from grenades and ammunition to machetes, cell phones, and charging cables. The mandate coming in the wake of a violent and deadly riot at a women's detention center just outside the nation's capital at the hands of the Barrio 18 gang, leaving 46 dead. The bloody massacre playing out as guards were overtaken by inmates, victims hacked with machetes, locked in jail cells, and set on fire.
Right now, the government is feeling overwhelmed, and the reaction is very strong because they need to put on the ground like a statement that we are in control here.
The brutality prompting President Xiomara Castro to call for, quote, drastic measures, implementing military control over 21 prisons for at least a year while training 2,000 new guards.
The military techniques being used in all of this. All of this is done with surprise immediacy. And above all, with the intelligence procedures, which have already been processed. Like I say, if they wasn't planning to do this, how would they be so ready?
The no-tolerance tactics similar to neighboring El Salvador under the direction of President Nayib Bukele, one of Latin America's most popular leaders. But the crackdown raising concerns over possible human rights violations.
Most people think, okay, they are criminals, okay, but they are people. So they are still part of a state that needs to guarantee rights for everyone.
The move by President Castro could be
the biggest problem. The biggest problem to me is that something that us as the people allow too much is that, okay, yes, there's a criminal system that's going on, but in most cases it's because of policies and like because of the resources that's taken out of the country that's not being able to be used by the people, they end up doing things that's outside of their own humanity, but it's because their humanity has been robbed from them through a small few, which would be in government. Cause I mean, I'm looking at the fact that, like, all right, we talk, there was a coup of 2009. Like, we still looking at something that happened, what, 12, 13 years ago? And there's a sitting president that came in after the coup. So it's like, how is it that these, the U.S. corporations are still able to come in to do what they're doing now if it was not already a part of something that they were planning anyway?
And what I think about is, with your comment, is related to, the real cause of crime. Most of crime, 85-90% of crime, is poverty.
Yes.
Right? Being hungry, going without, not having the resources. That is the driver for most crime.
Yes.
And in the world that we live in at this point, a lot of the poverty is a policy choice that has been made, because there's things that could be done about it. In a lot of countries now, this is not everywhere, but in a lot of countries, you could do a lot about the poverty and get it to a point where you won't have much crime because everybody got what they need. They're not hungry, they're not starving. So then there's no reason for them to join a gang and try to, sell drugs.
He interpreted as one of desperation to bring about both peace and political approval.
Using something that she knows that is working in El Salvador can be a very political, calculated measures.
Valerie Castro joins us now from our top story studios at 30 Rock. Valerie, as you point out in your report,
I don't want to hear the talking heads. Hold on. Did they have, let's see, let me double check and make sure
Tonight,
there wasn't any comments on here. Because the caption, it says, President Xiomara Castro is cracking down on the prison system by sending military soldiers to inspect and guard prisons. The decision comes after a deadly riot at a women's detention center outside of the nation's capital. NBC News, Valerie Castro reports. Comments. First one, it says, Mexico need to do it next and stop acting like it's not like ISIS. Another comment, it says, there you go, Honduras. Follow Salvador. Crack down on gangs. Bravo. Another comment, it says, I hope the U.S. follows. Another comment, finally. Another one comment, grenades. What is that about? Another comment says, the new El Salvador, but prison. Another one, it says, U.S. should learn how to run a country. Unbelievable, Honduras has more common sense than the best country in the world. And
what?
He put the best country in quotes. Another comment, it says, it's wrong to advocate for Honduran criminal human rights. Let the military do its duty. Is that person being sarcastic? I don't think so. Central Latin America, North America next. Anyways, I don't know. A lot of people would automatically be okay with treating gang members inhumanely, but I don't know that I'm so quick to get on board with that.
Well, my thing is, how can we prove that these were even gang
members?
Like,
That's what I'm saying. They could be sweeping innocent people up in the street and calling them gang members and just putting them in there. And they're not going to listen to you. You could be like, oh, I'm not in the gang. You'd be like, well, that's what everybody says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, maybe they go completely by the tattoos, But maybe a person got a tattoo and wanted to get out the gang or whatever. I saw some videos where these people were removing their MS-13 tattoos. I guess they make everyone get a tattoo. You could see in this picture right here, quite a few of them
Well,
have
no,
tattoos.
MS-13. If you're not in them or not part of them, and you still have your tattoos, they will cut them off of you.
Well, bro, but I'm gonna tell you like this. I mean, just think about like all the stuff that's going on with the people that's coming from South America into America that's passing through Mexico. Like these people are, becoming a part of the gang or the cartel just because they're trying to get some, asylum. So, some of these people, like some of them are just wearing certain kind of bands on their arms and things like that. But either way, it's a way to detect who owes the cartel money when they, even though they got access into, the United States. So it's like you could easily be putting innocent people who just trying to find, like
Trying to get
impoverished
by.
people who
Just trying to
they're
get
just
by,
trying to get
and maybe they join the gang just for safety. But what if it's people in this group? Because like up here in the front, a couple of these guys don't look like they have the tattoos. Because most of the time you see it on their back, right? They put I don't know how the tattoo looks. They put it on their back. That's one of the main places. There's 3 guys right here don't have any tattoos right there. Maybe they have them in their face, on their arm or something. But I would not be surprised if it's large groups of innocent people getting swept up in this.
Yeah, and I try not to get too far into my conspiracy bag, but I mean, it's already like, to me, somewhat evident that what's happening is not
what it appears to be.
Fairness. Yeah, it's not some fairness that's happening right now.
Let me play this.
So
this picture here. It says Honduran authorities conducted massive sweep on prison inmates after a spike in gang-related violence caused massive outcry in the country. The crackdown followed a massacre of 46 females inmates in the worst atrocity a woman prison in recent memory. So 46, I guess that's the better number, the best number we've gotten so far. It says police were also investigating the possibility that a deadly shooting at a pool hall in the city of Coloma was related to the prison violence. So it says a deadly shooting at a pool hall in the city of Choloma was related to the prison violence. See, there goes something happening outside that's related to something that's happening inside. That's why I think that because the first report was saying that these gang members came, it sounded like what they said, they came from outside of the prison and went into the prison. How would a shooting at a pool hall somewhere else spark a riot inside the prison if it was just from within the prison? You understand what I'm asking here? It said a deadly shooting at a pool hall in the city of Choloma was related to the prison violence. How could that be without somebody from outside of the prison going into the prison? You know what? They got phone calls or something that told them.
Depends on who was killed. I mean, how could it be that a thug that 3 years ago held a gun to a woman's belly and robbed her turned out to be someone who became a human, the face of riots across an entire nation? I mean, who is it? But what are there's obviously there's some circumstances involved that we don't know
that they're not
about.
telling us. Yeah.
Like it was a hit by one gang on another gang. So in prison, there was retaliation for what happened outside.
But that just leads me again to not trusting this situation, because why are they leaving all of these?
It sounds to me from the initial report, like what you were saying, that gang people came from outside the prison and attacked, is the way that it sounded to me. It read.
Yeah.
I'm really in the. I want another source or two to find out for sure before
Yeah, I got one more video I
keep
want to
throwing
play.
this weird stuff.
Maybe they'll clear it up in this. Let's see. It says
Hay otras acciones en camino, hay más allanamiento, hay más
the other actions underway. There are more raids. There are more
capturas. Lo que sí puedo decir y garantizar
captures. We can say and guarantee is that we have already fully identified the participation of several people in this event.
es que tenemos plenamente identificado ya la participación de varias personas en este hecho.
That dude is limping. His leg looks like it's kind of bent too. Let me read this one. It says the prison sweep echoed the harsh anti-prison violence tactics of the authorities in neighboring El Salvador. Okay. Yeah. It sounds fishy, 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 fishy. Caption, it says Honduras has started an El Salvador-style mass sweep of prisons, arrested a suspect in a pool hall shooting last week that killed 11 people. Police suggested the pool hall killings may have been related to last week's gang-related massacre of 46 female inmates at a women's prison. The Honduran government has vowed to crack down on gang violence. What are they not telling us about this? Let me read couple comments. It says, now let's hope the judicial system don't let...
Yeah, what's the crackdown for? Like, what happened for there to be crackdown, like a need for the crackdown?
Okay, yes, this is outside gang people who conspired with some of the authorities to be let in and shot up and did worse. I've got some grisly details. You'll want to not read the first paragraph online, but yeah, I'm sending you a CBS News thing on it that tells a little bit more.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and those are good. Walk right on by the motherfuckers.
Did you send it already? Let me play this other video and to give it some time. This is only 51 seconds. What? There's no sound in this? Or is my other thing messing this up? Police raid prisons in Honduras. Let's see. There's no sound to this. It looks like the same thing that showed in the other one. I guess there's no sound. They're just showing pictures. See, a lot of these people don't have tattoos on their back. Yeah, the volume is up, so I guess there's no volume to this. Anyways, so I heard something just now. You must have just sent it. Okay, yeah, I got it. 1 second. Let me share. Grisly details emerge. He's from Honduras prison riot that killed 46 women. So 46 is the number. June 21st, 2023. It just says CBS Associated Press. So it didn't give like an author. Gang members in women's prison in Honduras slaughtered 46 inmates by spraying them with gunfire, hacking them with machetes, then locking survivors in their cells and dousing them with flammable liquid. Wow, that sounds personal. Let me read this some more. It says, the carnage in Tuesday's riot was the worst atrocity at a women's prison in recent memory, something President Xiomara Castro called monstrous. Most victims were burned, but there also were reports of inmates shot in the prison in Tamara, about 30 miles northwest of Honduran capital of Tegucigalpa. said Yuramura, a spokesperson for Honduran National Police Investigation Agency. At least 7 female inmates were being treated at T Hospital for gunshot and knife wounds, employees there said. In a message on Twitter, the president said she was shocked by the monstrous murder of women in CEFAS planned by gangs in full view of security. Somebody had to be involved for them to be able to get in there and do it. Julissa Villanueva, the head of the country's prison system, suggested the riot started because of recent attempts by authorities to crack down on illicit activity and called Tuesday's violence a result of the actions we are taking against organized crime. Now, that doesn't make sense because they said some events happened at a pool hall that led to the gangs coming, and then they came from outside, and then they went and killed the women. They're saying that
the pool hall, I think, happened later.
Well, either way, they're saying it's happening as a result of the illicit activity. How is it because of illicit act, like them cracking down on the prisons, or is it because of some personal thing or something that happened, some vendetta between the two gangs? See, that's what I'm saying. That is, let me read some more. It says, "We will not back down," Villanueva said in a televised address after the riot. "We condemn the terrible criminal acts that occurred in the penal center in Tamara." Enrique Reina, Honduras Secretary of Foreign Affairs, tweeted, "This demonstrates the great escalation of the conspiracy against Zamora Castro by the dark forces that turned Honduras into a narco state," Reina said. "Gangs often wield broad control inside the country's prisons, where inmates often set their own rules and sell banned goods. The riot appears to be the worst tragedy that a female detention center in the region since 2017, where girls at a shelter for troubled youths in Guatemala set fire to mattresses to protest rapes and other mistreatment at the overcrowded facility. The ensuing smoke and fire killed 41 girls. The worst prison disaster in a century also occurred in Honduras in 2012 at the Comayagua Penitentiary, where 361 died in a fire possibly caused by a match, cigarette, or some other open flame. This article didn't clear it up.
At all. I'm more confused.
And it's probably because they're trying to cover something up.
Well, like I say, some of the basically it boils down. I've read about 3 different little quick articles on it. Basically, one gang got in with the guards and stuff, went through, had actual firearms and machetes, and shot and chopped people up. And the ones that were still hanging on, they locked into cells, doused them with flammables, and poofed them. Then something about the 2 gangs involved later, I don't know if it's the same day or a couple of days later, started the riot in the pool hall between the 2 gangs that was involved in. And the guy's trying to make it about himself, going, "Well, this is because we're cracking down on gangs, and they're getting tight, they're getting explosive. That's the thing. They're fighting. They're trying to fight back because we're winning."
Yeah, that's what this article that I just read was kind of sounding like it was saying. Like, and it wasn't really like
articles shoved together. An informative article. Come on, go.
I was gonna say it wasn't. It's not trying to like explain the situation. It's not trying to be very defensive of the inmates. Like in one of the videos that we played was kind of saying like, the rights of the inmates are being, trampled on or whatever. They're not being treated like humans or whatever, just because they're gang members or whatever. But that article was totally from the opposite point of view of that, and it was just saying they're cracking down on the gangs or whatever. So, and I think that a lot of comments, a lot of people would just see it and be like, "Oh, it's cool." So, but that's the reason why it gives you a good cover to do stuff that's messed up. So, like, this whole thing sounds shady to me. That's all I know. I'm not completely getting it, but the connection. I'm thinking there's some kind of connection to this city that they're building in Guatemala. I mean, in Honduras. So,
And the toughest of the tough got to go.
yeah.
In most cases like this is just like running off the Indians, like the chiefs and all that. Like they try to get rid of the chiefs, and then they can control the women. They try to keep the women around as much as possible, but some of them might be too tough for them. But
yeah, and it's a fear. It's a fear too. You send out a fear to keep people from fighting back. You make them scared. We could just tell you say you're a gang member and send you up in there, and who the hell knows what's gonna happen to your ass in there?
real.
People die.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hear more about this. It's gonna unravel some more. But it's crazy that because I didn't even really know anything about that, but just the whole fact that my mind's been on Honduras ever since I saw that video we looked at on Democracy Now. So
Yeah. So it just popped up when I was searching for that video that you was talking about, and in the back of my mind I was thinking, what is the connection?
So how more? Because is this even more recent than that video? Is this like today?
That was
Yesterday?
12 days ago, I want to say. Let me go back
Oh
to it.
wow.
Yeah, so it's recent.
So, but it's still no. But that's still before the Democracy Now video.
Right. A little while before, I think. So, but still, so like,
But
them finding out, it's a perfect distraction.
Well, see that too could be a thing because people that's fighting for their land and this, that, and the other, and they got the military involved because the president is somewhat connected as well because he's like I said, we had a coup that was run a few years back, and who assembled this democratically positioned president that's in there now. Like a lot of times it's some international
Well,
forces.
they said that the people.
Because didn't they say that because like people are angry, like
Yeah.
we're looking at the democracy, people were angry, whether it's from indigenous people to just other people that lives in the area that's from the area that is upset about what's going on with Prospera. So who's to say that those gang members weren't people that got together to try to fight against this foreign entity that's building up on their lands?
Mm-hmm. So the more than 40 women killed in Honduras prison riot video was 12 days ago, and the Democracy Now video was 5 days ago. So, but that only gives like a week difference between the two. 1 week.
It does, but who not like they because like I said, they were just realizing the effects of it.
Wait.
Not long.
Right. I hear you. You was breaking up. I was gonna say.
Oh,
I can hear you.
yeah. Like the people were like, because they've been there building for a while, but they were just realizing the effects that it was having on them within their own communities, and who I don't know if a bunch of people got pushed out already, or
Yeah.
if it could be, there's endless possibilities at this point, but I
Yeah.
would say that it's with it being Honduras, and they say that it's outside of the main city, the major city, that it could very well be much more connected than we know or that we can see right now.
What were you gonna say, Doc? You was gonna say something?
I just dropped an NPR article that has a little bit more information.
Yeah, I'm already tired of this topic. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm about ready to get up out of here. So, but the 4th of July, what does the 4th of July mean to you? Either one of y'all can answer that. So, the name of the video
Family.
is the 4th of July to me.
Well, I mean, for right now, I'm gonna say for me, I mean, it's always been a time to just like any other holiday that I connect with or not connect with. I mean, it's a holiday usually. I mean, I am working lately on holidays, but it usually means time with family, fun. I mean, regardless of the origin of it, you know, we usually do usurp it and make it to something that's beneficial to us on a personal level. So, but I mean, overall, I mean, it's the birthday of this country. I guess depending on your perspective of how you see the country, how it works for you, and shoot, I mean, I know blacks, whites, of all, you know, people of all different shades and ethnic backgrounds that has their own opinion of what that, you know, what 4th of July means. So I just say, just for me, mostly it's, you know, good times with family, fun, and maybe a little, you know, some good food and alcohol. Fireworks. I don't know. I enjoy it. I mean, I usually enjoy it. I never really, you know, allowed for any
Yeah.
holiday, because even the more I learn about history, the more I realize that all of these things are even like winter solstice and Christmas. Like, we should celebrate anyway, regardless of what, you know, somebody else might be using it for. But it's there for us. We did the same thing before, and you know, they made it to something that they could identify with.
Yeah, I personally don't be. I might pop some firecrackers or something. You know, I celebrate the 4th. It's always been like the mother of my middle child. She was always really big about the 4th of July, and so, you know, hey, I'll celebrate them. I don't, you know, but I never really, a lot of the holidays I don't feel too motivated. You know, it'd be like another day. You know, a lot of times for me.
Yeah,
Yeah, spending time with family, eating some barbecue, whatever, you know, I've done those things. I'm just saying, like, I usually don't feel all that excited. And a lot of the holidays, I don't really be feeling all that excited. Hopefully get a day off,
well,
you know, hopefully get some good food, you know, hopefully spend some time with
some
family.
people, to
But
me,
that's
some of the
for
people
all of
that
the
I know,
holidays.
well, I'm saying a lot of people
Go
that
ahead.
I know that are like real patriots, a different feeling about 4th of July. And it's like people that love the country, love our country, but because of, you know, what they're led to believe these certain things stand for, shuts them off from, you know, really being able to celebrate, you know, I guess you could say the birth of this country. So I don't know. It's because I mean I think even
Doc,
July 2nd, yeah, July 2nd
yeah,
should have been a holiday for black people, because that's when we gave the power to Europeans to be able to start the United States, or you know, really what's really Washington D.C. But we'll
that's funny
carry
that you
on.
say that because the 2nd really should have been the day that they were celebrating for the independence. It was, what was it? What the official? It became the 4th because that was the day they officially did it in court or whatever. But they already had done it on the 2nd.
Well, see,
So they were.
now
There's a
I would have to. Okay, I'm going. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say it was a guy that was expecting it to be that day that we were gonna celebrate. I'm trying to think of whose name it is, and we know that for sure because he wrote a letter to his wife or whatever, talking about it. I can't think of the guy's name. Well, let me ask Doc. I want to hear what Doc has to say. What is the 4th of July to you, bro? You there? Doc, you there?
You said Doc?
Yeah,
Doc.
John Adams is who you were trying to think of.
Okay.
The one that wanted it on January 2nd. Dude, I've always had a patriotic July 4th. I mean, I've no secret, I come from a military family. Other side of the family is railroad and stuff like that. So, it's always been that, country Independence Day, America's great kind of thing. But what it really is, it's the beginning of summer. It's beer, barbecue, family, friends, bikini and sundress season starts. I mean, it's things, looking at it that way, that make America great, for lack of better terms. I mean, doesn't matter all the negativity that anyone wants to do and stuff like that. Take your 364 other days of the year and be a bitch. July 4th, be happy about the country, what it is, what it means to you to be in a country that you can actually talk shit about and not end up in jail.
America.
I'm pretty simple, I mean, I enjoy my privilege of being an American. I like, not living in a country where street gangs shoot each other up in prisons.
Yeah.
I'm okay just in general knowing that with all the crap going on, we're still one of the places in the world that people want to be. We're still one of the places in the world that if they had a chance, they would come to just to see. And I live here by the sheer luck of being pushed out of that yammy in the right state. I mean, at least enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it and by the way, it's not a bad thing to be okay with soldiers and what they did in their service and things like that, and still not be okay with the politicians and the policies that sent them there.
Yeah.
Don't pee on them or rain on their parade. They're believers, and they did what they thought was right, and the politicians and stuff were the ones that need to take that to be held accountable. So, like I say, you don't punish the gun, you punish the person that's using it.
I want to play one more video. It's only 5 minutes, and this is not going to be depressing stuff. So it's a crash course. It's the crash course of the history of the 4th of July. So let me read the caption. It says, it was done on July 4th, 2013. It says, in which John Green teaches you a bit about the 4th of July. In this special short crash course, John celebrates American Independence Day by teaching you how the holiday came to be and on the 4th of July and the many ways that Americans celebrate this day. This is a little different than the normal crash course episode, so be prepared.
Known as Independence Day. This is the day that Americans celebrate our independence from Great Britain by doing what we do best: blowing stuff up, offering significant discounts on mattresses, driving long distances for uncomfortable family interactions, and eating a lot of grilled meat. Right, so the story goes that the founders of this nation signed the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776, parting ways with King George to found the freest, finest nation on the face of the earth. Yeah, except the Continental Congress actually approved a resolution of independence on July 2nd. The Lee Resolution was proposed by Richard Henry Lee of Virginia in June of 1776 and was a simple legal declaration of separation from England. John Adams got so excited about it that he wrote to his wife Abigail, "The 2nd day of July 1776 will be the most memorable epoch in the history of America. I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward forevermore." So what happened on the 4th? Well, not that much, actually. The Declaration of Independence was the formal announcement of independence, and its text was approved on July 4th, 1776. The fancy parchment version with all the pretty calligraphy wouldn't get drawn up until July 19th, and most members of the Congress signed the Declaration on August 2nd. Adams may have been wrong about the date, but he was definitely right about the celebration. Americans started celebrating the 4th of July as early as 1777, and as Adams predicted, the holiday was observed with feasts, 13-gun salutes, and fireworks. Why don't we call them illuminations anymore, Stan? You know, people can say like, oh, we put a man on the moon and we can refrigerate our meat now, but I miss the old days. Anyway, in 1778, George Washington celebrated the 4th by giving his soldiers a double ration of rum, and also there was much more shooting than usual. But while the people celebrated the anniversary from the beginning, the federal government took its sweet time in formalizing the holiday. Independence Day became an unpaid holiday for federal employees in 1870 and became a paid day off in 1938. 4th of July observances have evolved over the years, but they generally involve patriotic displays, including decorations, fire, and explosives. Essentially, we celebrate our independence by having a one-day fake war each summer. Huzzah! Freedom tinnitus. Early observances were marked by huge bonfires, but the litigious nature of modern American society has greatly reduced the number of bonfires. However, we still have a lot of fireworks on the 4th of July. Many cities and towns across the country sponsor fireworks displays on the 4th. New York's fireworks display is the largest in the nation. Despite the grandeur of these officially sanctioned displays, many individuals across the nation feel the need to blow stuff up on their own in their yards because, you know, they have all of their fingers. That seems like too many. Many states have restricted the sale and personal use of fireworks, freedom haters, but would-be patriots find their way to marginal neighborhoods every year to buy fireworks out of the backs of vans. In my neighborhood, these personal pyrotechnic celebrations start in about mid-May and continue well into August, causing my dog to have a very stressful summer. John Adams' prediction about gunfire holds true as well. On most military bases, 50 gunshots, one for each state, are fired at noon on July 4th as a salute to the Union. And in Stan's neighborhood, where you go to buy the fireworks out of the backs of vans, celebratory gunfire is common throughout the year. Here is an actual bullet hole in Stan's actual window. Stan, can we get the Libertage again? In the 19th century, many ex-presidents celebrated the 4th of July by dying. Both Thomas Jefferson and John Adams died on July 4th, 1826, and James Madison died on the 4th of July in 1831. Calvin Silent Cal Coolidge was born on July 4th, 1876, but as he was never demonstrably alive, no one really cares that much. Finally, lest we forget, Americans also celebrate the 4th of July by eating. Millions of Americans host cookouts to celebrate independence, and the greatest spectacle in professional sports happens every year on the 4th of July. I am referring, of course, to the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. The current world record is 68 HDBs, hot dogs and buns, in 10 minutes. That means the world record holder, Joey Chestnut, consumed about 28,500 calories in 10 minutes. Ugh. But don't worry, he threw it up shortly thereafter. So happy 4th of July from all of us.
Yeah, that's weird. I think a lot of us, other countries know us about the hot dog eating contest. So they probably think all of us can eat a bunch of hot dogs. Ugh, I couldn't imagine trying to shove down that many hot dogs. Ugh, I don't even like hot dogs like that. Like, oof. I like the corn dogs you get, the freshly made corn dogs that they make from, like, when you go to the carnival or whatever. I like those. Whenever I go to the carnival, I usually get one.
At least it was Nathan's hot dogs, though, so they're like kosher and beef instead of being like, you know, chicken lips and stuff like that.
I can't even eat the other ones. I can only eat the all beef hot dogs, and I don't really like them that much. Like, they're okay, but the They make the all beef, the ones that they make at the carnival. But I'm
Yeah.
not gonna buy.
Well, see, I also like the sausage pancake breakfast corn dog things too.
Yeah, I used to eat them back in the days, but I hardly put anything in my freezer now. Any kind of meat or frozen processed foods, never. My refrigerator don't never have no stuff like that in them. And I don't, and I'm not gonna go buy a pack of hot dogs either. Like probably the only way I eat it is if I'm out somewhere and I decide to have a hot dog. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I kind of grew. Don't get me wrong, y'all. I grew up on hot dogs, but as an adult,
I still like a good chili dog every now and then.
Yeah.
Couple of big old fat hot dogs. Get a little mayo or get a little mustard. Get a little ketchup on them. Say,
I ain't gonna lie.
Half a can of Wolf brand chili.
That sounds good. I ain't gonna lie, but
a little relish maybe if you're into that.
Yeah, I like them. I like mustard
or
on
a jalapeno relish. If you really
chili and mustard. Yeah, maybe some jalapenos. But my stomach's gonna be messed up, and that's kind of how I do things now. It's like I know how it's gonna do my body, and I just don't want to go through that shit. You know what I mean? That shit it hurts. It really literally hurts my stomach, and whenever I eat that kind of stuff.
Ooh, sounds like you might be having a little gallbladder problem.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't eat anything greasy really. And if I eat hot dogs and chili, freaking no, I'm gonna be all messed up. I ain't eating that shit.
Man, I'm at the point right now where if the doctor told me if you keep eating pizza, you're gonna die, I'm gonna look him dead in the eye and go, well, how many do I have left? So you got to judge my life for a little bit.
I could barely eat beef nowadays too much. Like too much meat bothers me. I don't eat that much meat anymore. It's all good though. So the history of the 4th. Let me see. Any comments that's interesting? Let me read one comment. First comment, it says, the funny thing is that my birthday is on July 4th, and for the first few years of my life, before I knew any better, I was always thinking, how does my dad afford all this? That's really cute. My son's mom was born on Christmas Day, and I was thinking about the sign. She's talking about being born on the 4th. My mom is born early in this month too. She's like the 11th, and yeah, so the people that were born at this time of the year tend to be a certain way. I ain't gonna lie. And same thing with the ones that's born around Christmas. Like I said, what is that one? The Sagittarius. What is the one that's in this month right now? First half of July. It's not Leo, is it? What is it? What is the sign for July? First half of July. Astrology. Let's look at this.
Cancer in the first part, Leo in the second.
Okay. Cancer is the one. So my mom is a Cancer. I have a couple of ex-Leos. I don't know. What is it with that? There's something with that. I'm not gonna get into like what I'm thinking. I don't Leos are something else. I ain't gonna lie. And yeah, I'm gonna just say that Leos are something else. So, but I'm a what am I? I'm a water sign, right? Am I a fire sign? I'm a Libra on my air sign. Okay. So Leo is a fire sign. So that kind of makes sense. The fire lights up the air, or the fire needs air to burn. It consumes air to burn. I don't know. Maybe it's something to that. And they say you marry your mom. That's what they say. Let's read this.
You like them spicy?
I guess. I don't know. It's a problem because we just clash. Like, I love my mom, but we can't live together because it don't work. We've tried it in the past and it doesn't work out. Let me read this zodiac signs. It says the zodiac wheel encompasses 12 signs beginning with Aries and ending with in Pisces. The modality is presented via sphere or zodiac wheel. This is divided into 12 separate sections in the sky. Each section correlates with a zodiac sign through which the sun, moon, and planets pass during the year. The zodiac belt is a heavenly body that extends to 8 degrees north. I don't want to go to that link. Element. It says the zodiac is divided into 4 elements: fire, air, water, and earth. Each element is home to 3 signs and is paired with a complementary element. Fire is complementary air, of course, as water is to earth. The signs with each element all share universal characteristics. Water sign: Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Water signs are seen as shy, reserved, and sensitive, but also intuitive and in tune with their feelings. They make natural empaths with an ability to tap into emotions of people around them. They're nurturing towards the ones they love, but need to be careful they're not overly giving with anyone who might take advantage of this quality. Says fire signs: Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is a fire too. No freaking wonder. Fire signs are known for passion, creativity, competitiveness, and inspiration. That's funny. They got such a short little part for the fire signs. They got like 4 or 5 sentences for everybody else. They put 1 sentence for the fire signs. This is the.
Well, they're trying not to say angry, mean, explosive.
This is the most nice stuff we could say about y'all. So we got 1 sentence. Fire signs are known for passion, creativity, competitiveness, and inspiration. Yeah, that's the best we can do for y'all. That's funny to me. Let me read this one. It said earth signs: Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Each sign are considered conservative, realistic, and down to earth. Patience is what gets them ahead in life because they understand the importance of building up personal and professional goals over time. They love to be spoiled, but do not do the same for anyone lucky enough to win their affections. So, and the other 2 we read too said something about love in them. It didn't say nothing about love in the fire signs.
Well, you know, the fire sign, competitiveness can actually be that gray area word too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yes.
we need to stop now. We're heading downhill.
Yeah, so it's alluding to something. Yeah. Let me read the last
I
one.
think whoever wrote this got hurt by somebody.
I would have wrote this like this. Let me read this one. It's air signs. It says Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Air signs are thought of as rational, social, and intellectual. People with this sign are naturally friendly, communicative, and analytical. Their curiosity makes them excellent students, and most continue to self-educate long after they've completed formal schooling. They love keeping up to date with friends, but need to be mindful to carve out time for quiet reflection and avoid overstimulation, anxiety, or insomnia. Yeah, so how accurate do y'all feel like that is, people listening? I think
It's made to literally be generic enough that it could match up to anyone. Because if you look at the other ones too, and you said, okay, say it said this about me, if you could dissociate, you'd be like, okay, I can see that in myself.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say is what's important is the part up here where it says it's for everybody. Where does it say that at?
But you know, the general terms right here, those are all pretty good though. Those are solid traits within them, but these have been accepted for centuries.
Okay, this is the one I saw. I said the sign within each element all share universal characteristics. So everybody can be, you know,
We are
any
all
of this.
everything.
Yeah. So all of the signs encompass.
We are influenced by our birth date in these ways. You know, it's kind of like, you know, being raised in the city or the country. You're the same, but you lean toward different ways.
Mm-hmm. I guess we lost. I guess we lost Pat. He probably had bad connection. Driving. Probably went through a small town or something. Can y'all see me when I'm over here? Anyways, I'm gonna wrap it. I'm tired. I really didn't intend on this being like a full show, but we're at 4 hours. But I'm off tomorrow. It's the 4th. Happy 4th, y'all. We should have called this the 4th of July special or something.
And good luck, everybody out there. I hope you are one of the people that end this week with all 10 fingers.
Yeah, be safe. I might pop some fireworks. That might be what I'll do to celebrate. So I probably should go out right now and go try to buy some, because if I wait till tomorrow, then it's going to be a long line.
Everybody's off work with a whole lot of stuff to do, and nothing official's open tomorrow. So everybody's going to be raiding the grocery stores and all that stuff, because you know ain't nobody picked up their meat and everything yet.
Yeah, and you know we got to wait to the last minute to do everything.
That's okay. Thursday night when I get off of work, I'll stop by Kroger, and there's going to be a whole lot of real good vendor specials on some of that. Yeah. Get me a gallon of potato salad for like $2.
Something like that. Mm-hmm. That the price of that right now is going to be $20.
Well, the small ones are now like $3 or $4, depending upon where you go. The ones that used to be like 99 cents just like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Or you might get them like $1.99. Now they're double. So for some reason, the baked beans went from like regular price to like $2 more than potato salad and stuff like that.
And they always mark up everything right before a holiday. They know everybody's going to come in and buy the stuff, so they mark it up.
Well, they've
It's on sale.
They've had some good brisket specials for a couple of weeks now. If you had planned and bought it early, the brisket was like $1, $2 a pound not too long ago, which is really funny because when brisket was really starting to get popular, it was a junk piece of meat because it's almost impossible to cook soft unless you know what you're doing. And now it's like
it's kind of like
just like a steak.
It's kind of like oxtails. The price of oxtails is completely ridiculous, and that's not a very good cut at all.
That literally is trash meat.
Yeah, so just like the brisket, but you know, people make delicacies out of stuff, and you know, it's. I would say the same thing about. I hate lobster, bro. I hate lobster. I don't like it. It tastes funky to me.
Yet I like crawfish.
I like crab a lot. I'm not gonna eat the crawfish, but the lobster tastes funky to me, and you know, them making that a delicacy is kind of weird because it's not like it's few lobsters or whatever. Like I guess compared to other things, but it's weird how they do that. How they turn something into a delicacy and then raise the price on it.
Like bacon. Back in the early days, growing up, bacon was cheap. It was like everybody could afford bacon. Everybody could afford bacon. bacon was cheap. Bacon, you used bacon fat instead of grease and lard and stuff like that. And then all of a
Right.
sudden, Wendy's comes along and finds a way to make starts doing this Baconator burger. And the next thing you know, a bacon craze starts, like IPA beer and hipster kind of bacon. There's a bacon renaissance that goes on, and now bacon is like $5-6 a friggin' pound.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It used to be really cheap. I do remember that. That's the reason why the American breakfast is like some eggs and some bacon and some toast, because that's pretty cheap.
That was as cheap as it got. 2 pieces of toast, 2 pieces of bacon, and 2 eggs.
Pretty cheap.
Say, and a glass of good old Florida orange juice.
Yeah. Well, you probably made the orange juice yourself, because nowadays orange juice is expensive as hell too. Super expensive.
Heck, we live in the South, and our veggie prices are getting high. I mean, we live in the middle of not just a breadbasket, we live in the middle of a crossroads of industry and marketing too, of distributing. So we should be getting all kinds of stuff from all over the country pretty cheap. It's one of the reasons I moved down here to Houston.
This says a tourist was lost in Hawaii and followed the GPS right down the boat ramp. The damn GPS be setting you up for failure, I swear to God.
They see AIs aren't trying to take over.
Yeah, I don't trust the freaking that car is totaled.
That's some Skynet shit, man. So the next move was send a Terminator after them for some reason.
Yeah, I don't trust them. Damn, I don't trust. Yeah, I don't trust the GPS, bro. It'd be setting me up for failure all the damn time, and that's why I want people to give me the whole address when they send it to me, with the zip code and everything. I don't want to get lost.
Oh,
go the wrong way. The GPS that took me
where to go. Something. Tell me where we're going. Don't wait till we're like right next to the. Oh, turn right here. Ah! No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a big loop now.
Yeah.
Because I ain't gonna kill myself or nobody because you didn't tell me where we're going.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I'm totally like that.
It's I'll tell you as we go. No, you're gonna tell me right now where we're going.
Yeah, because I can figure out a better route too, because I know the streets.
I'm not even gonna challenge your route so much, but I want to know where we're going.
Yeah, that's important information.
Because I may take your route, but I may not be taking it on the way out, or I may not be taking it if something goes wrong.
Well, let me read this. It says the Supreme Court decided against gay rights in a case that didn't involve any gay people, and against debt forgiveness in a case where the lenders were fine with the issue. They're not acting like judges. They're acting like an unelected super legislator that can't be checked. We'll see what happens. I like to have a bit of faith in the different branches of government. You know, the Constitution was set up for them to be able to check each other. So hopefully, it'll work out as far as getting checked by one of the other branches. So it depends on, because if a judge reads this stuff and he's like, I don't know if he could say it's not constitutional or it is constitutional after the Supreme Court, but he probably can read it and be like, okay, this don't pertain to that or whatever. So people start bringing certain cases to court and the judges will be just kicking them out. That could be what happens. They wrote the law so vague anyway, so it's really going to determine how they're interpreted.
Okay, so the basic, from what I understand about this, I haven't read into it in detail, is the case at the Supreme Court is this web designer doesn't want to design websites for gay people, and they're trying to cancel him, all that over. this is one of those things where, okay, one, why would you want to force him to do that if you were a person of? Why would you? It's like the whole wedding cake thing all over again.
Yeah, we thoroughly talked about it in I think the Saturday night show. Yeah, we went pretty deep. We talked about it for at least an hour. Yeah, but it was based on a hypothetical situation. It wasn't even a real situation that was going on. It was hypothetical.
Oh, they can't. They can release briefs and stuff like that, like the guys that Clarence Thomas did his opinion that everyone got all uptight about. But that doesn't. They can't. They can only try a case or something like that comes to them. They can't just say, "Hey, we're going to look at this today."
Yeah, no, but the case that brought to them was for a hypothetical situation. It wasn't an actual event that happened.
That shouldn't be in a court at all.
The court, the court agreed to hear it. They did, and they
I need
ruled
to
on
look
it.
into the details on that a little more.
Yeah, I read the whole thing. I read the whole thing in the show on Saturday. So I did a few reels about it too. Anyways, man, I'm gonna wrap it. I'm tired. So peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. This was a special show. I was trying to do the Tuesdays and Thursdays when I can. King Chuck and T rants. They're really supposed to be short, but this was like a full show. But whatever. We'll be back on Friday night. All right. Peace and love.